And then they just, it's like, oh, let's reduce the damage on this weapon by 1. Or let's reduce the damage bonus on this by 10%. It's like,
yes.
I.
Ah.
Oh, shit.
Oh. I didn't launch with the push to mute. Hold on. I'll be back.
Okay. I might need to rebalance my audio levels. I think a little loud. They suck at balancing. It's not even a, like, I don't even care if the balance is shit. I just want new content and like new stuff. Just the core game has just barely changed. The most like and the best strategy for dealing with enemies in Dark and Darker is just to cheese them. And the devs could easily add methods to prevent cheese, like giving the enemies ranged attacks when they can't reach you. But instead, it's just like the game, dude. 10 years from now, if Dark and Darker even is alive, which it probably won't be, but you're still gonna be cheesing mobs. It's just, and the blocking in the game is broken. Okay. I don't know. Anyways, I'm gonna stop talking about Dark and Darker. All right, are you ready, buddy?
I am ready.
Okay.
We're starting fresh?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Hey, short. We haven't. You don't even know if there's a fire barrel yet, buddy. All right. I don't want to hear it. You haven't even seen. There's no fire barrel. Classic. Looks like the upgrade book. I'm so slow.
Ooh, almost broke this vase on you. Hold up. Ooh.
Oh.
Okay, clown.
Well.
Fuck. Good start.
All right, you're baiting him out. Good job.
I did my job.
I'm gonna go. You fucking douchebag! My fucking vase! Thought he was on Lobos. Man. Oh man. Are you fucking... What the? Dude. Where the fuck is he? You little fuck!
What?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Yeah, nothing. Yeah, nothing.
I think I found one of the music boxes near the beginning. Oh, okay.
Oh, hi. Okay. Ooh, a trophy. Oh! This guy is crazy. You got the cart?
On the cart. Yeah, I'm stealing it.
Okay. There's some more stuff in here.
Well, okay. How much?
Hold on. Take this.
Okay. Oh. Yeah. Oh shit. Okay.
Come here, dumbass. Hold on, bring the card in here, Lobos.
Okay. I want to keep it away from the clan. Let me see.
Yeah. Maybe we do. I mean, here. I'll bring him over here. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and keep the card away from him.
I just want to put the ball in. All right, well, let's just leave, I guess.
Okay, no. Are you fucked in my face?
Oh, you're in here. Hmm. Hey, 17. It's not bad. Now I'm just gonna turn it up.
Noms.
What the heck was that sound? Sounded like a meow.
Gnomes, I think. I don't. Okay. Well, clowns suck.
I don't think they're too bad. I mean, you could crouch them always at least, so that's nice.
Do you have to queue or can you just crouch?
You can just crouch, yeah.
Okay.
Definitely want to get the strength. I think that's perfect.
We can check for cheap. Oh,
I mean, unless we want to get rid of a stam for
a cheap nade or something.
Yeah.
No, I'm good with stam.
All right.
It's nice to be able to kill things, but one grenade I don't think would do it anyways.
So I'm thinking one of us gets all the strength, and then the other one just uses like the feather drone.
Okay.
I think that's, yeah. You can have your fun with this. You can be strength, man.
Ooh, all right.
You can take the health too.
Thank you. It does heal me for the 20 immediately, so it's kind of
yeah.
Nice. Printer.
Ooh, hello.
We got space in here. Ooh.
There was nowhere to put it.
Rage.
There's another item. Oh.
Got a capsule of piss. I hear the Slender Man, so careful.
Can probably go turn this in, I
Yeah.
think. I'm gonna put this in real quick.
Okay. Slender Man in corner. 21K, easy.
Boom. Snuck that in. Oh.
Careful. Is he out?
Yeah, he went into that room.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's check this west side.
West side. Nothing here. Jade cup. Ow!
There's like never anything in these bathrooms. Oh, never mind. Actually found
That's
stuff.
what they want you to think. Nice. There's shit all over the floor. I need to be right back. One sec. I'm gonna hide in this
Okay.
toilet. Like, Kirby.
I don't think there was anything on top of the boxes, but I could be wrong. Anything else in here? Alright. I think I'm gonna go turn this in. Pretty good second quota, actually. Not bad. I don't know if Lobos is still in the toilet, but he'll be alright. Surely. gosh. Chomp, chomp, chomp. Chomp, chomp, chomp. Can the head guy hear you? I don't know. I feel like he goes towards you when he hears your, like, see how he's being weird and he's like, I hear you. I hear you. Hello? Goodbye, Wobos. He'll be fine. Where is he? Be nice to have something like a walkie-talkie. Yeah, I feel like they're gonna add a lot more. I'm so excited to see what they add.
Sorry.
I'm just taking a lounge, you know.
Yeah, you look like it.
I'll press the button. Oh, I can't press it. Yeah, use my face to press the button.
Leave you. Imagine holding someone outside of the range so they self-destruct.
I actually think if you're in this, because like I started it and then ran out of the truck and I still teleported.
Oh.
I didn't die or anything.
Oh, interesting. Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, is that feather? Oh no, zero gravity.
All right. Let's see, another strength for you.
What's better, stun or shockwave? Shockwave is just like knockback, right? I guess. I'll take a stun mine.
Stun is good because you can pick up the monsters and like chuck them in a hole or like a fireplace or an acid pit.
Roll drone.
I don't really think that one's very useful, but
it doesn't seem like. I don't know.
Yeah.
Unless it like also prevents damage, like, and you can just roll things. But I doubt it.
I gotta say strength, range, sprint, and stam.
All right, that's good.
You can roll an object or weapon and will home in on enemies.
Oh man. Huh. Interesting.
All right, I'm gonna grab range and speed. You can take those two.
Yeah.
What you got there?
I got a big vase.
Oh, nice. Double green cup. That's pretty good.
You picked up stairs?
No. Probably try to get a second cart if we can too. Probably both just use carts, I think. Okay.
Are you behind this door?
The duck? Just stop that, duck!
Did you install Yippee Duck or no?
Yeah. It's
Oh.
fucking up this thing.
What's he fucking up? Oh.
The bottle.
Yeah. Here, let me grab that.
Ugh.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah. Okay. Duck.
Alright. Duck, don't.
Oh boy.
Oi! Whoa, no! Brother, are you serious?
He might be dead, John. She's going in there. Alright, well, hopefully he's okay. I'm gonna... I think I should go res him instead. We have a lot.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. We took a little bit of damage on the cart.
Okay.
Oh, you got a scissor lady coming. Oh.
He's in this room?
It says there's a big item here. Oh, it's a sword. You want to grab this sword?
Ooh, nice. Okay.
Alright, I'll keep an eye out. Yeah, you can kill the enemies, we just need to... Somehow she didn't notice me. Jeez.
Oh. I'm bad.
Nice. You can turn it in if you want. Oh shit, wait, she's coming. Careful. Oh wait, nope, she's leaving. Alright, I think we're good.
Okay. Yeah, that sword took a little damage, but
That's okay.
it was worth a bash.
You got her off me at least.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we could bait the duck in the cauldron, true.
Oh yeah.
Ducky.
The fat bag.
Oh yeah. Oh shit, okay. So just hurry. behind us.
I heard the. Oh, that's what the keys are. Gotcha. I like keys. Got another potion? Another potion. Oh no, the keys are the coins. Never mind. I couldn't grab it. Oh wait, you have range.
Yeah.
Can there be stuff under the beds?
I have seen it, yeah.
Ooh. Nice.
You can get the
Yeah.
potion.
Who's that? Gotta do this thing. Bottle of wine over here.
Why? There's been a lot of money in this one. I should have moved the door. I'm damn it. Ooh.
Yeah.
Where's all the enemies? They're all gone.
I don't know. They're a camp and spawn. Something. Did you get that wine bottle?
No, I wasn't sure where it was.
Oh, okay. I'll go get it. Table on the right.
Oh, I think I see it.
Are these pretty scoured?
Yeah, I got everything pretty much. FromSoft made a game like this. I don't. I mean.
I still think FromSoft Left 4 Dead style would be cool. Whoa!
Yeah, you like that?
You trusted that bottle a lot.
Yeah, I was kind of scared. I almost messed that up. All right, big money.
Easy. Oh, okay. Shut up. Leave me alone, bro. Oh, he threw me back.
Yippee!
We're duck. Oh.
Yippee! Oh, he's
Oh,
right
you
here.
can take money back.
Let's kill him. Fuck.
Are you doing it?
Oh.
There he goes.
Stop. Stop fucking jumping.
Karma.
Alright, whatever. Fuck it. Fuck the duck. I'm out of here.
He wasn't taking any damage?
Well, he needs to like sit still in it for it to explode, the cauldron. If he keeps jumping, it like resets the explosion timer.
Oh, okay, okay. I was waiting to grab him right there, but I was like, it's not worth it.
Oh, there's 2 carts. I don't know if we want to do carts yet. I think getting 2 is a good idea, though, for us.
What about mini for the bag?
Yeah, could do that, too. I think people are saying the mini is good for the monster orbs as well.
Oh, okay. Let's give it a try. It might just be an extra thing to manage and get annoying, but...
Yeah. Well, it goes in your inventory at least, so...
Oh, that's true.
What is cheapest?
I could use a range.
Okay.
Like a 9K range.
We can get 2 stams. Stam is always good. Oh, yeah, let's check this.
Might as well. Human grenade. Oh. Thank you. Perfect. Satisfactory math.
Alright, I'm taking a health and a stam. You can have other ones. Like never anything in the lockers. I not finding like anything. I don't know if I'm just blind or what.
Look at my face. Oh, big boy. Big boy. No unbreakable.
I mean, you have 3 strength. I don't know. I can try to help if you need.
Let me see if I can just drag it.
Yeah, it's probably your best bet. Oh my god. Grandpa.
There's a bumper guy too.
Dude, this fucking piece of shit! You broke the base, you fuck! I want to kill Grandpa. Jesus. Okay, well, I'm gonna let Lobos handle that. Oh. What is man's doing?
Good damage.
I can't tell him that he's coming back either. Well, I don't think any of the enemies are particularly bad once you get the upgrades. But early on, I mean, the hunter's kind of annoying. I don't know. Early on, like, everything is annoying, honestly. Wait, can't I kill him with the fan? Can I kill this guy with the fan? Cool. Guess not. I fucking hate this thing. Okay, the fan doesn't work against him. Holy fuck, this enemy is fucking so stupid. Oh, Jesus. Holy fuck. I can't do any... Oh, shit. I don't know how I feel about this one. Is Lobos alive?
Not without the unbreakable drone, dude.
Oh,
Hi.
what's up?
It's gone. It's gone.
It's all gone?
It's all gone.
What happened?
It went. Well, the gun guy was breaking it. The bumper dude was breaking it, and 2 times I hit on a door for like 2K. By the time I got back there, it was like 6K, and I wasn't even there yet. So I was just like, "Fuck."
Well, it is it. So it's all you broke it. The rest.
It's dead. It's
Okay.
dead. I rage broke it. Okay.
Okay. Well,
I'm sorry.
I
How the hell?
don't really know. This won't even fit through the doorway.
Yeah. Wait, can it go?
It can go the other way. Here, you
Yeah,
grab.
we
I'm
gotta-
gonna tilt it down this way, and you grab the butt.
Butt grabbed.
Okay. Now try to get it rested. Pull it towards you. Yeah.
Oh, you want to put it on the thing?
Yeah, on the cart. Yeah.
Ah.
I think it'll work. Can you pull it towards you?
Oh yeah. Pulling. It's at the edge of it now.
I think you gotta
like-
grab the butt or like the bottom
Okay.
part to lift.
Okay. Ooh. Up. Okay.
Here we go.
Ooh. Wow. Nice.
Okay, in that room there is there's an extract right here, and there's a big giant PC up in that room that you should go grab. I'll turn this on.
In the
You can see it on the map
there's
right
in which
now.
room?
You can see it on the map. The big yellow.
Okay.
God. Should probably look in front of me, but it's okay. Jesus. Okay. Somehow I feel like we're not even gonna have enough money to finish this round. I have a feeling that that PC Lobos is moving is gonna be broken as well. I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. It's not sounding good over there though. You got this, Lobos. The item has not moved yet. But I guess the gun guy is camping him. What's up, Trey? I don't think we can kill anything though. We don't have like any grenades. Oh, you got
I
him.
just killed a huntsman. Yeah.
Nice.
He was messing with me while I was trying to get
Oh,
this
yeah.
down the stairs.
Okay, nice.
Do you want the? Yeah, I guess just slap it in there for now. I've got the mini one. This hasn't taken any damage so far. Well,
Okay.
actually, 200, but
Yeah, that's fine. I can help with this. I think you're gonna need to rotate it or like get it on its.
it was straight up before, and then Huntsman started having fun. All right.
Should be able to pull like that.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna grab.
No. Something's behind me. I don't know what it is. The bumper boy?
Can we grab this guy maybe? Pick him up and slam him.
Oh yeah.
Oh no 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 no!
Oh no no no!
Fucking orb!
Like if you knocked me over, dude. Ah. Come here. Yeah. I can't. Oh, nice. What?
I can't do it solo.
I know. Got frenzy guy?
I don't know. He ran. I guess we just.
Wait, is this? Oh, I see. Okay. Oof. Nice. This way, right? Behind me?
This way.
Oh, that way. Oh.
Oh wait, no. Actually, I'm wrong.
Oh.
My bad. Well, I mean, there is an extract this way too. But
Yeah. All good.
this one's pretty close. Can't wait for this spider asshole to show up.
Uh-oh. Okay. Hold on, let me re-grab.
It's stuck on the top. You gotta.
I was trying to rotate it. That's not letting me. Okay. You need to back up, I think.
I can't move it.
Oh.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. All right. I'm gonna re-grab. Oof.
Okay.
Where am I going? Straight back still?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, nice. Oh, oh, we're in it. Nice. That's in.
Yeah, that's fine, I think.
Sweet.
Did you get shot by the gun guy?
Did I get shot?
Yeah, your
No.
health is... Oh, okay.
No, I just got bumped a lot, and I started the map with 42, I think. Oh my god.
I'll give you a little bit of health.
Thank you. Jade cup. Oh, there's several items right here. Oops. Chainsaw thing. Bruh. Oh god. Ugh. I don't like that spot, but not okay. Okay, this should be good.
Yeah.
Oh, barrel. I'll bring this.
Nothing in the toilet.
You said you found the other extract,
No.
or oh no, it's just this way. I see.
This guy. I can't wait to murder.
I'm out of murder tools.
Once you have enough strength, your body is a murder tool.
Oh, another barrel.
Oh, nice. Thought I saw another item here.
Ooh, 12K, nice. No, no, no. Oh, no. The rotation, dude. I couldn't pull straight or back. No, stop it. Are you waiting on me?
It's the gunman! There actually was an item up there. Wait, where the fuck is it? Oh. Brother man. Leave. Leave. Hi. He left. Oh, no he didn't. Okay, then. Lobos will get me, it's okay. I didn't feel like I made any sound, but I guess I did. I actually don't know what he heard. But the item, I didn't... He shot me before the item hit the ground, though. Put the clown in Lobos. Alright. Wait, did he? Oh yeah, my head's in there. I put it in Lobos. It's time.
I'm gonna go with this. Let's try this. I would love to push more, but I'd rather not.
Oh, we have like everything. I think there's only like 2 items we missed. Nice.
Jesus!
I thought he was gonna go towards the object, but he didn't.
I should give him some health, dude. I was gonna give him health.
Fucking piece of shit, little crow. Oh man, we should have just left when when the gun guy was in the room. We could have just booked it and we would have been fine. Like it's so much better to try to just get away Because like now we have to just like walk. He has to like sit here and wait. Honestly, we should have just ran. When he ran into that corner in the stall.
There's my footstep. Yeah.
He doesn't need to res me. But I do get some health back. Alright, Lobos, you got this, bud. I mean, at least we're early on. If he dies, it is what it is. I don't know about this one, Lobos. Actually, well, let's see where. Oh yeah, apparently there's like a free cam mod, so you can go like free cam. Lobos, you gotta fucking mute your mic, bro. Please tell me the gun got... Okay. Oh god. Lobos. My god. Stop bonking my head against everything, buddy! He hears that. At least I think he hears that. Got this. He's got this. Please tell me he's not going backwards. Okay. Dude, this level is so long, bro. Holy fuck. Oh, nice. Woohoo! My god.
God.
Alright. Good job, buddy.
Yeah. I'm okay. Jeez.
I think my game's bugged.
How so?
Oh.
Oh.
Okay.
Movement-wise, or?
Yeah. Something. Oh, okay. Might be good now.
You're pushed to mute, or what?
Oh, right. I
Ooh,
turned to
indestructible.
cinematic mode.
What? Flash cinematic.
Yeah. Mhm.
Oh!
Can also do slash.
Jesus. That's horrible. My eyes, dude. Oh. Woof.
All right, we got a trank gun and an instructable, so pretty pog.
I haven't used trank gun. Does
Okay.
it knock him out actually? Like,
Yeah. For quite a while. There's another strength upgrade. I think we should get every strength upgrade we can.
We got what, 22k? Okay.
I'm gonna get some baby med packs, and then
Not a
could
bad
do
idea.
two.
I'm still at 65.
Okay.
Um.
I'm gonna do 2 stams as well, I think.
Okay.
Or actually, you wanna do? We could get you a sprint speed, maybe.
Sprint speed might be helpful, yeah. Nice. Oh wait, 7k, huh?
Yeah.
We can get one more. We can get a medium health pack.
Sure.
Gunman's, dude. Man's tough.
Yeah, that guy's an asshole.
Right.
All right.
Oh.
You can take the indestructible. How much health you at? Like 90 now?
90, yeah.
Okay. I'm at 101.
Good threshold.
Yeah, we can kill Gramps now. Thank goodness.
Kill him with the stun gun or what?
Yeah.
Nice.
Whole bunch of nothing here.
Looks like there's a downstairs. Oh, upstairs.
Yeah, I went up there. It's empty.
Oh, okay. Weak.
On top of the bed. I didn't see anything, but I'll check anyways. Oh.
Is this balcony where you went up? Like, I guess. Okay. I'm expecting a big griffin somewhere.
I hope so.
Oh. Yeah, with 20k for the first, there's got to be some big money. Oh, another guy. Nice vase in here. Here, I'm gonna put it in the little.
Oh yeah.
Does it have the protection?
Forgot
like
you
the same
bought
way?
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it should.
Oh, screaming happening. I'm gonna cart this guy back so.
Oh, Lobos, come over here. Lobos? Okay, he's gone. Lobos? 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 Hey, come over here. I need some help. Never mind.
Never mind.
Yeah, I wanted to kill this guy, but
Oh.
he's just being a piece of shit. God fucking damn it, man. Alright, I'm gonna just stare at a wall for a minute. It just sucks not really being able to do anything on my own. Oh, I mean, I can. I just can't kill enemies. I mean, I could have tranked him, but it's a waste. Damn it. God damn it. No, it was just such bad timing. It was like the enemy showed up and it was the moment Lobos left, so he couldn't hear me. Alright.
Scary sounds.
Nothing here. Alright, well, Lobos might finish that first extract on his own at this rate. I don't know if he wants, or maybe he's waiting for me. Not really sure. I guess I could bring the cart.
Hello. Oh.
I'll turn this in, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much capped over there.
Yeah. If you see the puke boy, you should... I think you can kill him, by the way. I think Lobos has 4 strength now, so... I can't kill shit. I have 0 strength, but Lobos can. Right.
I'm gonna take a quick pee break. I'm gonna hide in here.
Right. My own big items. Oh. Nice. Well, maybe you could like climb that. You like jump on the door frame. I don't see anything up there.
Here.
Hello.
Let me slap this down for the bag.
It should be okay. Or wait, what bag?
The money bag? I don't know. Like,
Do you mean the indestructible?
no. This. The mini cart.
Oh. Okay, yeah. Let's see if it works. Can you help?
Sorry. Forgot you're so
it's...
weak.
Yeah, I know. What if we flip it upside down?
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Oh. There we go. Like a pumpkin or something. Okay. Oh.
Did it? Wait, what the? There we go.
That's pretty good. You know, it seems pretty stable, but I don't. Okay. I think it's probably better to just get a big one for future runs.
Yeah. I mean, we could still buy it when we get like a big quota.
That post. Oh.
You can grab this
found the other
bottle.
one. Yeah. Boom. I think there's a goblet. Oh.
I tranked him. Let's kill him.
Oh shit. Coming.
Smash him.
Smash! Smash! Oh, fuck.
I stunned him. Get him.
Coming. Smash. Oh, can we hit him against the ceiling too? Nice. Ooh, I guess we can slam faster. I just didn't want to do it so fast.
Yeah, it's all good.
Ooh, I just thought about the idea of using doors to make a ramp. That'd be pretty cool. How much did this get hurt? Oh, not
Can
bad.
put it
actually.
in here.
Okay. Nice.
All right, let's probably go finish. Oh, here, Lobos, come.
Coming.
Yeah. Let's fucking kill him. Here, oh, Lobos. All right.
Oh. Okay.
Grab him. Smash.
Oh. Nice. Easy. Now we just murder everything. I wonder if the game gets harder or something, or it spawns more monsters when you murder.
I think stuff does keep respawning. I think there's like a cooldown though before they can come back.
That's nice. Big stompies. Is it the mace guy? Oh, it's a Stay Puft.
Oh.
Marshmallow Man. I don't know if I can pick him up.
Okay, we can kill him. Trust.
Can we bash him with the cart?
No. All right, bring him over here.
Got.
Follow me. Put him in.
Oh, wow. Just got smashed on everything along the way.
I'm gonna recharge the gun.
There we go. Nice.
Heck yeah.
As long as the bag doesn't get bigger than this.
Yeah, I think that's max size, so.
Makes sense.
Oh, cube right here. Gonna need your help though.
Oh yeah. Keep in mind, there's a gap right here.
Oh shit, yo, dude. Oh my god, look up there.
What?
There's two.
What?
There's a.
Ooh.
Yeah, but cut here. Wait, come down here first.
Oh, and a great sword. Griffin
Alright,
cube,
let's-
great sword. Another cube.
Let's put this cube in.
All right.
We could maybe stack the cubes, I think.
Yeah. Nice.
Beautiful.
Mug.
We'll probably just put it in the front, I think. Alright.
I mean, yeah. Oh, wow. I stepped on it and wasted 2K. Shit.
Alright, well you got the indestructible, so...
Oh, right. Do we know where the
box fell.
let's find the extraction real quick.
I need help.
Oh, shit.
I'll get a feather drone soon enough.
Okay. Right here? Yeah. I'm gonna rip these doors off.
I mean, my plan was just give Lobos all the strength, and then I'll go for the feather drone. I think it's a good compromise. Lobos has the bag. It's okay, guys.
Oh. Goddamn door. Is enough?
I'll grab the sword.
Oh, no. Less than easy. Hey. Is the cube underneath? Oh, no. Move, cube. There we go. Alright. We ready? Looking more.
We need the back.
Oh, the bag, right. Yeah. Moving this stupid door.
Champagne bottle? I have no idea what champagne you guys are talking about. That's like miles away or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't see it on the map. Do we
Can
put
you-
that on like a cube or?
No, I think just get ready with your statue. Although, yeah, you should be okay. I can help with the statue, worst case. Okay, I put the bag in.
Oh, yeah.
Nice. 95,000.
That That's some money. All right, if I die, I've got the pocket cart. Baby. Oh, got little guys.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
Nice.
Easiest game of my
Yeah,
life.
no kidding.
I did do some good murder, so.
Yeah.
Oh, it probably gets a new. Oh, I was gonna recharge it there.
I used up all of our charge.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. $136K. Go. Ooh, explosive mine. I like that.
A feather drone. Nope. Stun grenades are really, really good. Because like on the later levels, enemies start grouping up, and you can get like 2-for-1s with the stun grenade.
Yeah, I think I could probably also just solo kill enemies. with all
Some
the
stuff you
strikes.
can, yeah. All right. Well, let's both get
I
some
think
more
on health.
health. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got 120.
I'm gonna get the tumble upgrade. Cheap.
Stamina's cheap, 8K.
You
We
both
could
get a
get
sprint
the
speed
big-
too.
Yeah, we could get the big cart. How much is it? 40.
Oh yeah. I think a second cart's not a bad idea.
Oh, that works out pretty well, actually.
And what's your health at?
105 out of 120.
Okay. Well, is there any more grenades? Oh, 2 stuns. Yeah, let's get those. All right. Boom. Range is good, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I guess I could have got a crystal. That's okay. I'm gonna get a speed. Okay. And a health.
Health?
You can take the rest.
Alright. Light charge. Oh. I guess it recharges at the beginning of the round? Or does it recharge?
No. It doesn't recharge on its own. You gotta
Oh,
use
not
the
at
crystal.
all.
You must have just. I mean, you barely uses battery, so it doesn't
Yeah,
drain
it's only
very quick.
one thing down. I don't have room for this grenade, by the way.
So you can put it in your cart.
Yes.
The upgrades are for one run. It's not like a roguelike. You don't keep them.
Hole over here.
Oh.
Yeah, for if we need to drop an enemy. The pit.
Oh yeah. Cool. Oh, Lobos, go up the stairs here. And if you see anything, just indestructible it off the ledge.
Oh, this is the big stairs.
Yeah.
Okay, but not into the middle. 'cause of the
Yeah,
hole.
not in the middle.
Did it die? Is it okay?
Throw him in. Get him,
Okay.
bud.
Mentalist.
Oh my.
Later. Holy shit. Bros. I can't reach him.
Oh, the orb broke.
Damn. Did you see the
Oh,
TV?
okay. I'm gonna get this guy to come in.
Oh. Nice. Oh, here we go. Oh, what? Does the orb pop out when they fall to their death?
Yeah, it pops out of the pit, and you gotta like. It doesn't break right away, but if it like falls and then rolls into a wall, it'll break. It's just it has like a slight protection for a moment.
Wait, where's my cart? I left it down here.
I think this is your cart. I think mine's out here. Oh shit. Okay, Lobos. Oh fuck.
Yes.
Oh god. Okay, we can kill him.
Who is it? Is it Mace guy?
Yeah, it's Big Mace, man.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, okay, wait. He's... Do you want to grab him? I'm gonna stun him. Fuck it. YOLO! Let's do it! Get him!
Oh, he's done? Okay. Trudge. Yo! No! No!
Lobos,
No!
go get
no! No!
Grab him! Lobos!
Oh!
How did you manage to mess this up? Are you fucking kidding me?
What? Oh, no!
All right. GG.
Oh, that was a quick... Yeah. Short but sweet, you know.
Yeah.
Good warm-up.
Get the hell out of here.
Holy shit. Damn.
That was a funny death at least. That was... Oh man. All right, I'll go to the bathroom.
Okay.
I'll start it though.
Okay.
Yeah, he did like the suck attack and it pulled me as he died.
Damn. That's nuts.
Yeah. All right, I'll be right back.
Okay. All right, now define. Oh yeah, I can refresh. Hide under.
Okay. Round 2, here we go.
Alien. Did you hear me?
Yeah,
Oh.
he's
Oh,
leaving.
he just turned around. He was just coming through the door. One sec.
Do you think it's better just to like? Should we just finish first quota already, or should we try to min-max it? Because like there isn't as much money on the first stage.
I think it
But the
depends on
upgrades are cheaper, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know if
Yeah.
oh.
Well, oh my god. But I might be double dosed here.
All right, well he's leaving. Wait, there's two. What the fuck? Use the clown to try to kill one. I don't think it would kill it though. Both here. If I can get a double kill. The fuck's he doing? Bro. What the fuck? Where's it? Where's Lobos?
I'm here. What's up? Oh. Wait. What? Oh. Okay.
Okay,
They're coming.
Lobos. Yeah. Bait him.
They're coming. They're coming.
All right, watch this. Watch this.
You should have done that. 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 You should have done that.
Treasure! What the fuck? No!
Are you serious? I'm restart, reset.
Oh wait, he could have just self-destructed, I guess. All right, we're. I guess he could have just self-destructed. Whoops. That's okay. Wait, Lobos killed something too. Did he kill the... Wait, what did you kill?
Oh, hello.
You killed something, right?
No.
Oh,
I
no?
picked up the
Oh, was
orb
that
from
my
the
orb?
alien you killed. Yeah.
Oh, I see. Wow, okay. That was crazy, man. 2 aliens?
Yeah, so you were asking about for quota. I think if there's like a shitty enemies, then we should just definitely skip
Yeah.
once we got quota. But
I killed
yeah,
one with the
I don't
clown bomb, though. I was trying to go for the double.
Oh,
would have been
nice.
sick. Yeah, it one-shots them, so I think the clown does like really high damage. I think it's better than like a grenade.
Oh. That's thick, yeah.
The hell is this? It's so empty.
Whoa.
Oh, TV?
OTP.
I might need some help.
Yeah. Oh. Wait. Oh.
So, oh yeah, by the way, here, come over here. Can you test something with me?
Yeah.
So this duck, I think if you crouch, he'll just leave. Eventually.
Is it based off the light, maybe, or something?
Maybe not.
Oh.
I was just
Get outta
crouching
here.
before and he just like left, but maybe you have to be hiding.
Okay. Go away. Okay.
Wait, can we get him to go in the fire?
Does it hurt? Oh shit!
Yeah, it did hurt.
Oh, okay.
Well, I mean, it worked, but
It did.
Okay.
Oh, God.
Alright. Good. It's a good combo. I don't...
over
Where the
here,
fuck is
Lobos.
line of sight?
Oh, you're okay.
I got it.
All
I
right.
got it.
Well, okay.
Can we, if we both grab him, can we overpower him?
No, I don't think so. I wonder though if I could get him to keep flying into the fireplace.
Into the fire. There's a radio in the next room, by the way.
Okay.
Get off this TV,
Well, we
bro.
haven't lost any money yet, so that's good. Alright, I'm gonna see if I can kill this guy. Wait, where'd he go?
Yeah. Okay. Good luck.
Oh my god, Lobos. Can you bring the cart over here?
I hear things. Is it Grant?
Oh my god.
The cart is full, dude. I don't know that we're getting.
No, it's all, it's fine.
Oh, is it like 7 diamonds or some shit?
It's a lot of small stuff. I think we can all fit in the corner. Look at this fucking... This is the most filled...
Jeez.
Yeah.
2 vases, diamond. Oh, the 2. What are those? There's stuff on top too? Monkey and something else? Oh.
Maybe we...
Nice.
I'm gonna lift this so we can put stuff inside first.
Okay. What is this? Oh, it's just candles. Never mind.
There's stuff in the chest. Did you get it?
Oh.
You
Oh!
broke it.
Factory defect. It's worth more.
Alright, it's all good.
They just don't know.
Okay. I'm gonna put this on top. Something else?
No, I was checking the safe.
Okay. Oh, we got
There's a
27,000.
whole other room though. Oh, no, there's more.
There's more?
Move up. Oh, okay. Frenzy, I stop it. Okay, this I will not go away.
We gotta wait it out. I'm so glad it didn't break the diamond. Dude, what is this fucking loot?
Is it more?
Yeah, there's so much, dude. It's unbelievable.
Sometimes it be that way. 10K quota, by the way. Hmm.
I'm slightly concerned about moving this thing, but I'm gonna
Oh, shit.
take it very slow. Okay.
Okay.
Sudden movements.
Guess that's
Okay,
it.
can you grab the radio that fell?
Oh, yeah, yeah. Monk.
Okay, we're good. Jesus. Yeah, we probably should have put the TV in standing up. Really?
Oh, shit.
We are getting harassed by eyeballs.
Balls. Oh, eyeballs, yeah.
Yeah. Nice. 34,000. That's probably the
Damn.
most I've ever seen. First quota. That was crazy.
Nuts. Oh, they don't heal you first, but... Oh, wait, yes, they do. Nice. Okay. Is it the cat again?
Yeah, I heard it.
I heard it this time.
Yeah. All right.
Well, the mini cart is back.
I think the mini
I don't-
cart was not really
Yeah,
needed.
I think big cart.
Yeah.
Ooh, explosive mine. I think explosive
Ooh.
mine.
It's a health, cheap health too. 6k sprint speed. Oh, 2 strength. Oh,
Yeah, 2 strength. Oh, sorry.
it hit me in the head.
Well, it was with the strength upgrade, so appropriate. Grenade? Although, oh yeah, we could get like one of these throwables and then the one in the roof.
Yeah, let's see if there's anything in the roof.
Hard at that range. No, I do this every time.
Nothing?
Cluster bomb.
Oh. Alright.
Okay.
Alright, I'm taking these. Take the rest.
All right. Stronk.
Oh yeah, I could have healed Lobos. Right, because he lost 50. Or wait, no. Wait, are you at full?
Oh, I got 104.
Okay.
Uh,
I didn't even
yeah, I
realize
got
you were
healed
missing
like
health.
afterwards. It's all good. Do you have any? Do you
Oh.
want like a mine or a cluster bomb?
I got a grenade. Alright, you take
Okay.
the barrel and the base in there. I'll get to work.
You better get to work, Sonny. Here's your paycheck.
computer. Wonder what kind of GPU it has.
I like money.
2900 should be a pretty good one.
This way. Hello.
I.
Should I complete it over there?
What's up?
I mean, I guess we should get a little bit more before we finish quota, right? There's a few small items here.
Oh, nice. I missed those.
Hmm.
We can turn it in. Oh.
Oh, wait, there's another item here.
Oh.
A diamond.
Ooh.
Oh, down to 500 for some reason. Wait, oh no, it's an ocarina. Looked like a diamond. Okay. Nope. Easy.
Yo, Moneybag Izzy, thank you for the gifted sub. Or the normal sub. Wait, did we go in this room here?
The small one.
I didn't go in there. Oh shit. Lobos? Oh. A little bit of lag there.
Oh. Yeah. What the? Oh, great. Oh yeah, we're bouncing around.
Well,
I
at least
broke
we didn't
whatever was here.
DC. It was like some tiny, I think, at least.
It was tiny. Oh wait, here it is. It's a stopwatch. That's actually only lost like 60. Oop. All right.
Oh, there's a pukey boy. Do you think we can kill him? Just me and you? Let's try.
Maybe.
Oh yeah, we can kill him. Whoa!
Oh, dude, that's what happened the other time. Oh. Why didn't it break? Oh god.
I thought that was fucking goner.
Yeah, I thought it was too. Ooh, Jade cup.
Oh, wait. Oh, jeez.
I've got this cup, dude. It's expensive. Get away from me.
We're Lobos. Oh, did you not get hurt? Oh, you did get hurt.
Yeah, I got hurt. I got hurt a lot. Yeah. Have you ever killed that one? Oh wait, I
yeah.
that one. Bunch of grenades.
I mean, we could kill it. We both have grenades, don't we?
Yeah, I got a mine and a grenade.
Oh, okay. You want to mine that door? Is it still over there?
Yeah. Yeah, I believe it went past me.
So maybe let's just yeah, mine like the doorway here.
I want to see it. I need to see. Because it could have just despawned. I don't know if they just despawned like that, but. Hello?
I think it might have actually left, yeah.
Huh.
Or maybe, well, it could be in the further parts of the
Yeah, I could
dungeon.
have moved quickly.
Oh yeah, I can give you 30 health.
A little bit. In case it won't help against that thing, but
Yeah, for like the
Any
eyeballs
other
and
little
stuff.
yeah. Hello? Hmm. Hello?
Getting a lot of loot.
Yeah. Got some bucks. Oh wait, I'm just gonna throw it in the extract. We turning in?
I think so. Pretty sure I got like
Okay.
mostly everything.
Cool.
Oh, crown here. Alright. It's possible we probably missed something, but I think we did a pretty good job. Oh, Reaper.
Oh.
Oh, wow. I did not think she had the reach for that.
I don't like this.
It's okay. Wait, Larksa died? Wait, did she actually? Oh no. Oh, when we had the lag spike, the internet? Oh my fucking god. You've got to be kidding me. That's so fucking lame. That's so sad.
Oh.
Hold on, I'll be right back.
No, Larksta. Oh no. Oh, Larksta. He's gotta go console her. That's so much time on that character. Oh no. Hardcore, man. It's a cruel mistress. You've done 2 of the 4 demons for the Rock the Lar quest. Ah, mean. Brutal. Oh well. Frickin' Warcraft. Yeah, that's the... I don't know.
All right, I'm back. Oh, that's so lame, dude. I feel so bad for Larksa. Like, she practiced so much to do the quest, and then she just dies to a DC. It's so cringe.
Hi.
I
You okay?
I'm okay. I feel so bad for Larksa.
No, she.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just that's so bullshit, man. Our internet's like so good too. Like we haven't had like a single DC in like all the time we've been playing. Actually, I think we had like one, but
So,
yeah.
so she actually got full DC'd?
Yeah,
Or was it
when
just,
like
a
you
lag?
when you lagged, remember?
Oh.
That's what killed her as well.
No.
Yeah.
Jeez, man. That's brutal. Man,
Yep.
it's like knowing now in that instant that Larksa was dying in that
Yeah.
stab.
Yeah, it's so
Here,
fucked up.
feel-
I mean, our internet died for like, or it didn't even die, but it went down for just a few seconds, and that's it's like all it takes. Oh, indestructible drone.
Fucked up.
Nice.
Yep.
The strength is kind of expensive.
It's really expensive, yeah.
Yeah.
Stamina is cheap.
Yeah. Let's get some stamps.
Fuck off! Fucking hell! Fuck!
I'm gonna get a range.
4K more. Stun grenade? I don't
Sure.
know. I think we still have another one.
Oh,
Did you use any of that run?
let's get the recharge drone actually. I think
Oh,
it's
is it
good to
10K?
get that. It's 4K.
Oh, gee.
Yeah, super cheap. Oh man, I'm so
What did you
sad for
get?
Larksa, dude. That's so shitty.
Recharge drones and attach them to each other, and then attach other things.
Well, so you're already
Make a
on the right
chain.
track because there's a glitch with the recharge drone. If the trank gun is out of charge and you
Yeah.
give it like a baby charge, then it gets infinite
Oh.
ammo. It goes into
Oh,
negative, and you can just shoot it over and over.
That's insane. Okay,
Yeah.
nice.
The thing is, it was our internet. Like it wasn't Larksa's.
Take Indy.
Yeah.
I'm full. Do you have any?
Space? I mean, we can't even use the drone right now. I don't think we have
Yeah, I
anything
guess
that uses battery.
Yeah, just the indestructible thing, but yeah.
Like, our internet is so stable, and of course, like, it's just so shitty, dude. It's, oh, man. It's so bullshit. You did such a good job in WoW. Like, it's just that, I mean, that, so many people have died to, like, DCs and shit, though. Like, it's just, that, honestly, that's the thing I was most scared of. Like, I was AoE farming on my mage, and I feel pretty confident AoE farming, but I felt like the most likely thing that was gonna kill me was lag. Because all it takes, like, when you're doing super dangerous shit, all it takes is, like, 1 second, and you're dead.
Okay. Oh, that's some pink disc goo all over the place there. Okay.
Kill him, Lobos. Nice.
Yes.
Yeah, fuck him up.
Fucked.
Yeah, fuck him.
Excuse my language. That's awesome.
Oh no. The shadow guy is here? Are you fucking kidding me?
Oh, okay, it's a shadow man. No, are you taking me back to the beginning?
Oh, what
Into
the
an
fuck
eyeball.
is this combo? I can't get it up. Oh, there we go. Okay. Hold on. Where am I? I see a doorway. I see a doorway. I
Lobos!
see a doorway. Is that not the doorway? Oh my
If
God.
Lobos dies to this eyeball, I swear to God.
That
What are you
is a
doing,
doorway.
Lobos?
Why is I can't get through? I'm stuck.
What are you doing?
I don't know why I couldn't get through that doorway. Dude. I'm gonna come get you. I'm gonna come get you. We're gonna get you, man. Where's it? All in here. All in here.
Well, I could give Larksa my shaman if she really wants to, but I don't know if
Along the way.
like she could use my but she hasn't played shaman. But if she wanted to take my character, I wouldn't even care.
Okay. Not great for first, but I mean we can just dump it all in the second one. Okay. Okay. I have 11 health. Oh.
I don't know if she'd want to do that though. Probably not.
Right.
Is account sharing a Blizzard bannable offense? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. I mean, we're in the same house, so it's like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe. Yo, Kratos sign, thank you for the 8 months. And R. Simpson, thank you for the 56. Also, Tezuro, thank you for the 37. Normo, thank you for the 4 months. Man, that was crazy. I was just talking about how you can die so easily. I was like, yeah, you can die in 1 second. And then boom.
Yeah, if someone's still not convinced, just show them the clip of our entire run dying in like 5 seconds.
Oh, the shadow guy's here, I think. Wait, maybe
Does
not.
he?
We can kill him together.
Oh, right. Yeah, you just grab him.
Yeah.
Oh. Ooh, this is all big area. Oh, I hear breathing. There he is.
I got him. I got
Got
him.
him, I got him, I got him.
Got him. Got him. Grab him.
Oh, okay, okay.
No.
Oh,
All right, just
no,
chase.
no.
Just follow me. Yeah, just follow me. Follow me. We're gonna kill him after.
oh, he's trapping himself.
Get him.
Got him. Oh, dude, are you serious? Oh, I forgot you could grab him and slow him.
I can grab you. Actually, it's easier to grab you away from him than it is to grab him.
Oh, interesting. Did he go this way?
He did, but he
Or-
kind of booked
okay.
it.
Bastard.
Oh, he's on me. He's on me.
Oh, he knocked me down! Son of a bitch.
All right, come on, come on. Gotta kill this fucker. Oh my god, he's taking me all the way back. All right, it's okay. You can catch him on the way. Get him, get him, get him, get him, get him.
Got okay.
Okay, smash. No!
Dude, he keeps. Oh.
Yeah, you gotta like back up after.
Okay, okay.
Oh, yeah, I can save you from him. Okay, wait, he's right here. Wait. No, I don't know.
I think he went to the right here.
Yeah, once you get the grab, just make sure to like back up.
Okay, okay, okay. We'll just stick on each other. Hmm.
I swear there's like never anything. Oh, never mind. I never find stuff in the safes though. They're like, it's so rare.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a rhino in here.
Ooh.
You can probably get that. I don't know where's the.
Yeah.
Oh,
we need
second
to-
extract should be.
Probably. Well, I don't know. Maybe the Shadow Man's gone, but I'm worried about dropping the rhino. Where'd you go?
You can grab something in here. The fridge.
Okay.
There's also a doll back there.
Oh, I see. Take the doll. Hmm. Oh, you have it. I was looking on the map for the cart. Like, where is it? Ah.
Oh.
Ah! Okay.
Okay. Nice.
Saved it. 22, not so bad.
Yeah, it's all good.
Here's a frag.
Okay. You want to grab that rhino?
Oh, we're still in the quota. Wait, what? There was a music box way back there.
Oh, okay.
That'd be really annoying. You know what? I'll go
Oh,
grab it.
no, I'll bring the cart.
Oh, doublet.
Oh,
Ah.
I'm sorry. I got it.
All right.
Music box is like 4K. You mean like the spinning one, right?
Yep. It was in the bathroom. Oh, kind of far. To the left? Oh, I thought that was the bathroom. Oh. Nice. Easy. There's a big item over here? I don't know if you saw it.
Is it the rhino? Yeah, my grenade's in here. Oh shit, I'm jumping on the loot.
On the loot, yeah. Oh, wait a minute. I didn't realize there was a door right here.
Oh, is the doorway in there? Oh,
Ah,
nice. Ah, classic. I'll let you know when it's gone. Gone.
Alright. Oh, there's a radio in here. There's a bunch of loot, it looks like. I'm not familiar with this room. Oh, no, I've seen this room. Never mind. Man, trophy? Oh, it's all right next. Here, I'll grab it. I'll take it to the extract. It's right here.
Okay.
Oh, you got the rhino. Nice. I'm gonna check this one more room over here.
Okay. Is that a base?
The TV in here.
Oh, nice.
I'm just checking the shelves. There's a diamond as well up top.
Okay, I'll get the diamond. You get the TV.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah, the safes don't have stuff in them most of the time. Oh, shadow guy's here. Shadow guy's here. Shadow guy. Oh, fuck. Alright, we can get him.
I grabbed him.
Oh god, he's gonna take me all the way to the start, isn't he? Oh, Jesus. Okay, he dropped me. He's coming towards you. I grabbed him. I grabbed him. Come, come, come. Oh god, no, no.
Bro, no.
Oh, this fucking guy is so annoying, bro. Holy shit.
God.
Okay. All right, nice.
Oh. No. No.
Jeez.
What was?
Grandpa. I can grenade him. Smash.
Oh, shut him.
Okay, I'm coming.
Troll, dude.
I'm coming.
Stop. Okay, this is it. This is it for you, man. Get up.
Oh no.
Holy shit.
He's so. Oh.
Oh, he kicked me.
Fucking piece of shit.
Right.
He's gone. Whatever, dude. Fuck.
I need a Florentine ring. Jesus. Oh, wait. Okay. All right. Ready?
Better in.
Nice.
I mean, we were one hit away from killing him. I'm pretty sure. We were so close. He's fine. I'm gonna get a drink. Hopefully Lobos makes it out.
Jeez. What a mess. AFK. AFK. Ba-dum, boom, ba-dum. Let's see. Well, now that I don't have to decide with this. Buying the inflatable hammer, baby. No, I'm not buying an inflatable hammer. Hot. Ooh, a sledgehammer.
Oh, hi.
Hey.
Good job. Yeah, I was grabbing a drink. I had trust in you. I knew you were gonna make it.
Thank you. 2 strength these.
What?
I'll
Oh, six. There's
wait,
a
how much-
12K one.
Ah, shit, yeah. Thought about that after I chunked it. What did you just get 1?
Yeah, sure.
I guess stammies?
There's no drones, is there?
No, just the orb.
All right, we could put in 2 stamps.
Did you throw it past the orb?
I did.
I couldn't tell. Oh, okay.
Let's check up.
Crystal? I don't know.
We don't have anything to use it. Still.
Well, it does stack.
It does
for me.
stay. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Actually nothing up here.
Okay. I mean, I'll put in a crystal. It's good to buy them while they're cheaper, I think.
That's what I was thinking.
Heals? Ah, who needs those?
Nah.
Waste of money.
Definitely. We're just gonna fall in a pit anyway. It's the only way I'm dying.
How much stam do you have?
60.
Okay. How much speed do you have? Do you have 1 speed at least? Or none?
0.
Okay, you could take that then. You could take it all.
Whoa! Alright.
I got 80 stam, it's okay.
Juiced!
I do want to get all the double jumps. I don't think it's worth buying yet though.
Okay.
Yeah, I wonder if you get the tumble launch upgrade if you can like stun enemies with it. Like it gets more powerful.
Oh yeah, I think someone said something like that, yeah. What is that? Oh,
Laptop.
I never see laptop. Oh,
I'm gonna just put this in here.
yeah, that's fair. Oh. Coming through.
Oh shit. Oh, you got an indestructible too. Nice.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
No, there can be stuff up here.
Rip this door.
Lobos, will you help put this in?
Oh.
You can do it with no strength, but it's a little
Do you want to stand
awkward.
it up? I guess
Not
we can
really.
stand it up. I mean,
Well,
put some things on the feet.
yeah,
you know, weight
true.
Down. Look, right here you go. Oh. There you go. Pile them up. Lock it in. Nice. Yeah, it's a good pile. Stabilize it.
I don't
Hello,
trust it.
me
It's gonna fall out.
monsters.
I'm not doing that. Sorry, Lobos. I don't fucking trust that shit. Just an item back
A monkey
there.
back in that other room.
Oh, extract here.
Oh, nice. Okay. How much do you have?
13K.
Okay. Oh, is that puke? Oh no, bomb. Oh, there's a vase in the next
Oh, wait. Wait, put the bomb on the ship. Oh, I think I...
on the what? Oh, dude, he's... Okay, I threw him. Oh.
I wanted to try to blow up the shadow enemy, like the shadow child thing, with the bombers. It didn't work, though.
Giggle.
You have a grenade?
I got the cluster grenade.
Alright, use it on her.
Okay.
Oh.
Where'd they go? Ah.
Alright, next time.
Waiting. We should probably stay away from it because this is gonna knock. Remember, it's like
Yeah, it's like a
around
chain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not the greatest. There it is.
Oh. Nice, you got him.
Ooh, nice. I got a big box too. Actually, let me take this plate.
Just bump it with an item it has no health. Yeah, okay, I've heard that one before.
Oh, what the? Oh, whoa, whoa. All right, I'm gonna get a box and we should turn in because that's a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, Oh, yo, Mr. Opulence, thank you for the raid.
Maybe I'll just do this.
Yeah, yesterday somebody was like, dude, it has no health. Just hit it with an item.
Wait, are we?
You can just put it at the extract here, to be honest. It's like, isn't there an extract 2 feet away?
Oh yeah.
Oh, wait, no, it's not here, but
Oh,
it's gotta be close, though.
I'll just take it back because the bag's not
Okay.
gonna get any bigger.
Alright.
My name is Komato!
Not coming back?
Hello.
Oh, hi. There's...
Oh.
Oh, head. Careful.
Fuck.
It's coming towards you. I think. Actually, no, it's leaving. Okay. Oh. Easily. Keeps like faking me out. You good?
Yeah, yeah. Where's the where's
The what?
Oh, is it over there? Ah.
Oh my god, Lobos, just put it into extract, or next to the extract.
Yeah.
You should just indestructible the money when you're carrying it, honestly.
I thought about it, but I was like, oh, I won't waste it.
Yeah, that's what I said when I was doing solo, and then I lost like 15k in like 2 seconds. Let's wait a sec. There's a few things we can check first up here that are nearby. Oh yeah, Lobos. Some good in here.
Is something good in here? Oh,
Yeah.
shit.
What'd you say?
Will we have room for this?
I think so.
I hear noises. I'm scared to go backwards, but... Crunch sound of the glass. Hurt? Yeah.
Let's grab.
Oh.
There's like 2 items up here if you wanna. I'll drop your drone here.
Okay. Yeah. Oh.
Okay.
All right.
I will put. Maybe you do that first. Try to get that in.
All right.
Try to help align it a little bit.
Yes.
I'll move the bag to the side. Okay. I think we're good. Just get the flamethrower. Help me with this.
Yep.
Nice.
Oh.
I think that's
that
okay.
better. Okay, that's good. Better be. Nice.
Oh yeah, we still need to get that barrel. What about
Oh,
that?
barrel. What a save. 43k.
Yeah, it's the big yellow on the map.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Do you know where the next extract is?
I think so. I'll go. Oh, sorry. I'll go activate it. Try to. Did I just hear a gunshot? No, he's okay. Any other scraps we missed? Oh.
Glad that head hasn't shown up again.
Yeah.
Plop.
Alright.
Pretty easy.
Meow.
Nice.
Ooh, a feather drone.
Hey.
Heck yeah.
Crank gun.
Oh yeah, I get that too.
Yep. Crank gun. 217k strength. I might get a 9k range.
I'm gonna get 1 health.
Are you at 120 still?
I'm at 100.
Oh, what the?
Yeah, we've been unlucky. I don't think we've
Oh.
had like any health spawns.
Trank's in there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
Yeah, I'm gonna get us a little bit more stam.
All right.
And 1 more range.
Nice.
Oh,
Is that it?
yeah.
We've
I'll
got...
add a stun grenade.
Oh, okay.
Some baby heals, maybe.
Heals.
Just a little baby ones.
Cart. Maybe later.
Yeah. Alright.
That's fine.
Oh, did one of the stams not... Could've sworn we bought 2 stams.
Maybe it fell out or something.
That's okay.
You can have the stamp.
Alright.
How are you? Well, I guess you take the drink. I'll get the stun grenade. And then... Baby heals. Come.
Feather and defense drone. Lobos has like 6 strength, guys. He doesn't need the feather drone.
It's true. Giga Chad.
Oh. Alright. That's you. That's all you.
Whoa.
Oh. Let's kill. Wait. We gotta kill this guy. Grab him.
Keeper? Oh, no! Oh,
He says, grab
give me...
him!
Okay.
Alright, it's... You can...
letting go.
Okay. Alright.
Bonk.
Don't touch my nose.
Well, we have a... clown bomb now. I think we should probably just finish that first extract soon.
Oh, I'll grab. Oh, yeah, okay, never mind.
Oh shit. There's a vase in here.
Base.
Yeah, bring it to this extract. It's the question mark room.
Wait. Oh. Wait a minute. There's a freaking
What?
grandfather clock here. Dude,
Oh.
this room is stacked. Rhino?
Okay.
Radio?
I can grab the rhino. So yeah, right over here is the extract. So I think we just put the loot
Okay.
next to it.
Where's the doorway? Oh,
You can put it just maybe don't go across yet.
oh, there's a gap. Jesus. I couldn't see. All right, I'll just plop it here.
Okay. And there's a grab him. Grab the, oh, you little get him. You fucking little shit, grab. All right, let's throw him in the pit.
He's almost dead. Get him.
Okay.
Yes. Killing much. Oh, I thought it was flying. I was like, what? All right.
Okay. Nice. You wanna put that in here? Actually, that's okay.
I was gonna, yeah, put it in the corner somewhere.
Oh wow, nothing in the big vase. Who would have thought? Or the big safe.
Just like the radio
Okay, I'm gonna finish the first extract. Hopefully. Oh yeah, I have the feather. I forgot. Oops. I also have trank gun. Yeah, I could have used the feather there. I kind of forgot I have the feather, not gonna lie. Minus 6K? What the hell is Lobos doing?
Hi.
Hi.
Okay,
Put the riot, put all the cheap stuff in.
okay, I gotta move this, man. Don't freak out, I'm not turning it in. There we go. Okay. All right.
Now I've noticed there's a TV and a vase missing. Wonder what
I
happened to
didn't
them.
see the TV. The vase absolutely got obliterated.
Wait, you didn't see the TV? Really?
I didn't see the TV.
It was directly in front of the extract.
Oh, no, I only saw the rhino. I moved the rhino off to the side here.
Oh wait,
There
no,
was
no, it was the rhino. Never mind, I'm crazy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was the rhino. Okay, do you want to put the block in?
Yeah, all right. I think
Here.
we gotta stand it up, yeah?
There you go.
Oh god. How? How? Help me stabilize. Pull the top.
Okay. That's good. Oh, Jesus, Lobos, what are you doing?
No! No! No!
I think it's okay.
Oh! Oh. That's
All right.
for you.
Yeah, I hate this extract.
Yeah. That's the first time I saw this one. So is there a TV somewhere?
No, I think I just got
Oh.
confused. Oh, we left the drones back at the extract. Unless they're in the cart. Oh, okay, just being trolled by chat. Never mind.
Thank you.
The drones
Never
are
mind.
good?
Yeah, I know. I
Okay.
just got one guide, you know, the classic.
Classic. Yeah, it's in the cart.
Although, so you got the indestructible?
Yes.
Okay. Sometimes the indestructible will break, I've noticed.
Oh.
I think it happens though if it's like out of the zone, because then it gets smashed.
Right.
It's like right on the
damaged,
edge.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
clown behind you, clown.
I'm gonna trank him. Oh, I missed. Oh, Jesus, that's not good.
Wait, I have a stun grenade. Hold on. Oh god. The cart, dude. He's
All right, you
taking
piece
it!
of shit.
Oh.
Oh my god, I'm wasting all the ammo.
Okay.
I don't know if he's gonna die.
Oh.
You might need to stun. I mean, you could stun him if you want.
Oh! Oh no!
Questionable. All right, Lobos, you
Questionable.
take him away.
That's such a fast fucking. Alright.
Just get him the fuck out of here.
Grab it. Oh. Clown! Clown!
You should have done that. 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 What? You breaking stuff? Clown.
Oh!
I killed
Oh,
him.
nice. Nice.
I used the clown to kill the clown.
Which? Oh! Nice. Whoa! This corner is stacked.
Oh my.
A lot of orbs in this part here. Doll.
You probably just want to bring the doll straight to the extract. Bro, what?
Hmm. Oh, did the crown fall out?
Okay, so we got the doll, the TV, Lobo's getting the cart. Oh yeah. Wait, did I put the recharge drone in here?
Oof. Nice.
Nice.
You got to recharge? I think wasn't it not back in the ship?
I
Or-
guess I normally I put it in the cart, but I
The
think I
truck, I mean.
forgot.
Oh. Yeah. Fakey. Now this is the. There's gonna be even bigger loot
Oh
up here.
shit.
Right? Yeah, there's a vape, there's a doll. Ugh. You can deal with the doll.
Okay. Dude, this fucking... Oh god, Lobos, I need some help.
What? Okay, okay.
Oh, dude.
Ow.
Hiding in this corner for now. Puke bastard. I've been puking for 20 seconds straight.
Please.
I'm still puking.
Stop.
Oh my god.
Stay. Okay.
Well, I wish there was an enemy I could puke on.
Where the fuck is he? Are you upstairs?
Yeah, I'm upstairs in the corner. I'm still puking.
I think it's because you're stuck and it can't get off.
Fucking hell!
Come on, guy.
Have fun.
Well,
Wait.
I think it's bugged. I don't know. I think I'm puking the rest of this match, dude. I'm afraid to leave. I don't want to break anything. Where did he go?
Oh god, he's on me, Lobos.
No!
Help!
No, oh shit, I'm here. Where? Am I grabbing him? Oh, I'm
No.
grabbing somebody else! Get fucking... How is he not... Thank you, jeez. I like that smashing him into the ceiling strats. There's still a TV up there, I think.
Yeah.
There's a lot of balls. Oh! Fine. Do you have the indestructible?
Mm-hmm. Well, it was right there.
Oh!
On the doll, but...
This fell off.
Oh god, we got a clown here. He's coming up.
Come on. Oh, no. Well,
I'm going behind this thing. Dude. I don't have the recharge drone, chat. You've got to be fucking kidding me. Through the chair, he's gonna kill me?
Okay.
Really?
Now we wait. I trust Dist. I have faith.
I think he's gonna know based on the chat.
Oh, I see chat. Oh, no! Get the fuck!
Maybe can't even hurt
Shut
you
up.
anyways.
There's nothing to throw at me anyways.
That's okay, I was low health.
You coming along?
Dude, that's some bullshit, man.
What, the cat again?
Oh, I got freaking
Did you
killed.
get clowned?
Yeah, he killed me like under the chair. I was like hiding and he just kicked me.
Oh.
That's okay, I was pretty low on health. At least we made it out of there.
Yeah. Woof. Kincaid strength. You have 120 health?
Yeah. We'll get another
Bad
health
luck with
upgrade.
health. What's for heals? I'd buy a large heal. Or 2 mediums is better. Alright. There we go. Okay. 19k.
Yeah, we could get a crystal. I'm gonna get a crystal.
Okay. Yeah.
How much do you have?
Nice.
Oh.
I'm max now. Yeah. Or strength. Did we lose the indestructible?
No, I charged it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Alright. Alright, big round here. What level are we on? 6? 5?
Dick. It's broom time.
not gonna do the gun glitch. It's really lame, to be honest. What,
Bring me that
this-
cart.
Oh,
Another nice small vase. Oh, oh. I'll go get
nice
it.
catch.
Can we talk about how 1337 this version is?
Did you say there was another vase?
Yeah, I'm grabbing it up here. And then that's all that's up here, it looks like. Oh, wait. Forgot about that little extra. Cube.
Pretty sure you can make it. Oh yeah, right. Oh my god, look how much fucking battery it uses, though, to jump with it. Like, that's fucking disgusting. I just used 60% of the battery jumping twice.
You good?
Yeah. Slowly making my way. It's more expensive to charge drone. What are you fucking talking about? Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, though. Like, I know that using the drone uses battery. Wait, did Lobos check over here? For 60% of the drone, you made 6K. Yeah, well, I didn't need to use that much battery. I only jumped with it twice, but... Not like I wanted to do that.
Hello. This room behind me that I came from has several good items.
Pull up top. Yeah, okay, sure. But the thing is, I didn't need to jump 3 times there. So... And I even said that I didn't need, like, I didn't mean to.
My name is Tomato!
Ooh, a diamond here. Nice. Okay.
Sick.
Yeah. We got a lot now. What is that?
don't know. Might just be scary sounds.
Yeah, maybe. Okay.
Yeah, I mean you're right. There's an extract here. Wait, we have 4 extracts? Is there like a part of the map I haven't... Oh, it must be that way. I'm gonna go turn this in.
Yeah, let's.
Oh yeah. 4 extracts now.
Quite a bit. Jesus!
So there...
with that thing.
There's an extract to the left here.
This way?
Yeah. Or you can see the red on the map. You should be able to see it.
Yeah, I see it. I see it.
Yeah, so let's save that for last and go this way.
Okay. Okay.
Did we loot in here? I didn't.
I
didn't go up. Oh, there's some stuff, yeah.
Okay. Ah. Oh shit! I didn't see the hourglass.
Okay, here, up. Oh,
Oh yeah, I probably should have just
I'll do it. I got it.
grabbed it.
Taking the cart?
Okay.
Well, yeah, because I mean, I don't want to like. It makes you so slow.
That's fine.
I don't want to walk with this thing for 10 years.
Oh.
Alright.
Alright, let's find an extract. Need to drop this bad boy
Oh,
off.
here. Let's kill this guy. Alright, get ready to grab him. I just throw him in the pit here. Oh.
Oh shit!
Oh no.
No.
Okay, I can get him to
He's
go.
on you, he's on you.
Oh, okay, I might be dead. I'm dead. Nope, okay.
Where's the chef? Come back, chef!
How does everything just go to shit so badly? I'm gonna
Jeff!
leave. I'm gonna let you do this. I'm at 1 health.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, I thought the duck would go on you, and then it just fucking targeted me.
Okay, he's gonna leap forward here, so watch out.
Where did my gun go? I'm killing this fucking duck. This piece of shit.
Oh, he does not stay stunned very long. Oh, fuck.
You just gotta grab him after he does that, and
Yeah,
it'll be
but...
easy. Just
Come on,
click
buddy.
him to aggro him.
Oh. I don't have any stamina. Come here! Oh, he's leaving. What is he doing?
I can't. I'm getting out of here. I just can't with this shit. I'm losing my fucking mind. This frog. Oh my god.
Bonk your
What
noggin.
is happening?
Benji? Nice. Not nice.
Okay. I will fucking kill it. Oh, never mind. Okay, hold on. Got this. Did he fall down? Come here, buddy.
Frog. Freg. Freg.
Okay, just wait, we gotta get him up here.
He's
he's
stuck. There's another one. Meg, there's a hole right here. No fence. Oh, I think this one's stuck.
well, the orb's gone. I missed it.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, this guy is stuck and convulsing.
Man.
You should have done that. 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 You should have done that.
All right. I'm so hurt. How much health do you have?
Oh, 66. Let me give you.
Thanks.
There you go.
Generous.
Where?
Elden Ring. Oh, Elden Ring.
Almost feel like it's just not worth even looting the drawers, dude. There's so rare that there's. And I guess you can get diamonds in there, which is nice, but they're empty so often, I feel like. Man, we have so many extracts left. This is actually kind of concerning being at such low health. It's probably fine though.
Anything up there?
I don't know. I see an item on the map. Oh, that's
Probably this.
alright. I guess we just probably turned it. No, I've definitely found diamonds in the drawers.
Momentum gets out of control fast. Oh.
Enemy?
No. I thought I saw something at the top of that extractor. Oh shit.
What the bag? How did the
Oh,
bag
dude, the
fall
bag.
out? What the fuck?
Oof, Oh shit, Griffin. Is this an extra?
Oh, a griffin?
Yeah, I've never seen
Oh,
such a
hell
it's a
yeah.
Griffin.
All right.
Yeah.
Nice. Here, I will put this guy on it.
Ooh, nice. Woohoo! Day 36K.
All right. Fourth extract should be over here.
Well, I guess we gotta take either way.
We got the one back at the start, so we could just bring the bag there.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Oh, there's a sword here. It's got to be one of these.
It's this one.
Okay.
Oh, it's the one I died in that other time.
if there can be anything up here. Doesn't seem like it.
Alright, I'm gonna put sword in it, and then griffin, and then...
Okay. We can probably just turn it in. I don't really think there's much else.
Stairs. There we go. Oh, jeez. Yeah, okay. Let's E.
Should be fine.
Yeah. Easy peasy.
Sweet. 74,000. Oh yeah, grab the drones.
Got it. 74.
Here, we can swap.
Duck.
Fuck you, duck.
Can't he just fall into this so easily? Oh. Alright. Oh, dude, our bag! The bag is gone!
Nice. Well, rip. Rip run.
Well, we didn't... Hold on. Oh, dude, this is...
I mean, we can kill enemies. It's just, yeah. Rip. Rip 50,000. Yeah, the cart wasn't centered, and I wanted to kill the duck, so I wasn't paying attention. It's my fault.
Have you climbed this tree?
Normally, I like always try to catch the bag with the cart, but I was distracted. I think there might be loot down here. I don't know if we went down this way yet. Yeah, well, the duck showed up and distracted me. So, what was the amount? We had 70,000 in the extract, so 50k left over in the bag. Okay, well this is good. Oh yeah, we're okay. Lobos? I mean, it's not preferred. Like, I wanted that to happen.
How's,
There's 2 block cubes down here. Yeah, we're fine.
Okay. Wait, there's some... Oh, I guess it's below.
Oh, okay.
Oh. There's another one up here. There's 2 now.
Okay. He broke the fucking cube, didn't he? Oh no, he didn't. Is there a pit near you, Lobos?
What's up?
Is there a pit in that room? Hello? Lobos? Alright, let's bring this guy to the pit, okay?
He's coming. Oh no, he left. Okay, alright.
The pit is right here.
There's one behind. Oh, that one?
Yeah. Lift.
Get up.
Alright, get ready to grab the orb.
Dude, that's so fat! Oh!
Get it?
Okay,
Okay.
got it. There's also a vase up top I just saw.
Oh, up there.
On the balcony.
Okay.
Yeah.
So where is...
The cart's over here.
I need to remember where that... Oh, okay, you could put in the cart. Can't remember where the extract is.
Extract?
Yeah, I think it's this way. Yeah, it's got to be. Oh.
Are you good?
Yeah.
Did he jump in there?
No.
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. No, dude. No. Thought it. Jeez.
I deserve that. And we have enough anyways, doesn't matter.
Oh, vase?
Yeah, I broke it.
Oh shit, okay. Where takes me back this way?
Yeah, it's that direction. Yeah, just keep going that way. I'm gonna grab a cube. Oh man, this would have been such a good run, dude, if not for that bag. Fuck. All because a random duck showed up. I shouldn't have even killed the duck. It's dumb.
Wodonga Beach, oh, I hear it.
Yeah, I know there's another cube.
There's a frog
Alright.
too. 16k? Oh yeah, we got 14,500 in there.
Yeah, we got enough. There's one more cube we can grab if we want.
Okay.
Like 10k.
Yeah. I see it, I see it.
We both. It's.
Yep.
Alright, let's kill him.
Yeah. Where's the... Yeah. Let's go over here.
Whatever. Stupid frog.
I see 2 yellow items.
It's down here.
Both of them? Okay.
You can come down here through the.
Yeah. I was just expecting. Ah, I see that.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh. Cube? The cube might be too strong for me, even. Too heavy. Unless it's stuck. Me?
You can't grab it?
No, it's been tricky up the ramp, but now it's good. Yeah. Nice.
We gotta run. Alright, we can kill him though. Alright, get ready.
Coming. Wait a sec, I need some sand. Oh,
I mean, the pit's right behind us.
Okay,
So.
okay.
Goodbye.
Oh. What? Oh, you got it, nice. Oh wait, I put the key back here.
We would have been so rich this run. I mean, we're still gonna get like 80k, I think. put it in.
All right. There was a 3K potion, but yeah, whatever. Oh. Oh, saved. Oh, shit.
Oh boy. Oh, still 90k total.
Yeah, solid. Right. Double?
Oh fuck, wait, this is actually really bad. I might die. Lobos okay? Sorry, I kind of got you killed there, I think.
That's fine. I was like, oh, 2 frogs? Okay.
Yeah, that's what I did, and then the knight was right there.
Oof.
We made it at least. That's what matters.
Wowee. Okay, health, not bad.
This would have been a good run to get a...
We get a crystal?
Yeah, we
got
kind of
a
need...
couple things to recharge. Yeah. 15k and 13k. I do like the stun mine.
Yeah, those are so good.
I didn't realize they
18K
dealt damage as
strength?
well.
There is a second card, but I don't know. I feel like if we didn't lose that bag, maybe we'd get the card, but...
Yeah. No, it's okay.
Alright.
11k again, yeah. Maybe the 12k help as well? I don't know.
Yeah, we could get another health. Sometimes they never show up, so it's probably good to get some extra.
There's a grenade, 3k.
Sure. We can get another health
Nothing,
back
I
too.
guess.
Don't waste money on the second card.
I'm gonna grab my water, I'll be right back.
You say that, but I really feel like having 2 people with a cart is
Actually,
100% worth it.
send it, I'll eat my upgrades, and then you can go.
Okay. We could have checked for the other grenade, yeah. Oh wait, did I steal?
Oh wow, we got 3 crystals on this thing now.
Nice.
Good. You need any offense? I have the stun mine right now.
I've got all the drones on me. I guess I'll probably take one of these grenades. But...
I've got a slot for a grenade.
Oh wait, are you ready? Or do you need to to take a break?
I'm just gonna step away and go grab my water, like 30 seconds.
Okay, that's fine. I think we're safe until we step out anyways.
Yeah, right back.
Wait, maybe Lobos has the grenade. It's hard to use in a duo. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of disagree. The amount of time that you waste running to like go look for your teammate's cart is immense. But I mean, it is fair that like having to put 2 carts in the extract can be kind of annoying, but all right. You have the grenade.
I do. Wow. Well, that's a good start.
Oh. Is this a
So strong
fucking
now.
hole?
Is it?
Yeah, there's a hole to the right side
Okay.
here. Careful.
Oh, we can already get first quota.
Well, the second one was neglected because the person wasn't using it. That has nothing to do with the cart. That has to do with the teammates not utilizing it. Like, whatever cart you have should be, you should take care of it, you know? No.
Oh.
No, I mean, it's just, I think that's true though, like, oh shit.
Oh, it's the bedroom. What's up? Oh, jeez.
I killed an alien, or flew into the other room and broke somehow.
Ah.
Oh, the alien's back.
The alien is?
Yeah, he's
Or-
coming down the staircase in here.
No. Oh, go away.
Oh,
You want to bring that vase back?
yeah. Could I turn in with those, or you wanna?
Yeah, you can honestly, you could probably turn in, I guess.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll turn in.
Just have to bring the bag back. Oh shit. Okay. Well, Lobos will have to get that. I don't know if he wants to take that. I don't know if we should take that to the first extract, but I think it's too late for that now. It's gonna go turn it in. It's okay. Teammate should be like a scout. Scout? Oh, that was really dumb. I don't know why I did that. Oh my god, dude! What am I getting stunned by?
You wanna? Oh.
Nice. Yeah, but
Okay. I got the bag too.
alright, nice. Oh, yeah, so there's a grandfather clock, all the
Okay.
way at the top.
Oh, top of this. Okay.
Yeah, the very top. You might be able to drop it. Just, hopefully it doesn't, like,
I'll send you
bounce
down.
in the hole, but it should be fine.
All right, I'll do my best.
I didn't leave the sun gun. It's look at the screen, chat. What the? feel like there's like a perfect spot for this to go in, but it just doesn't want to go in.
Hello?
Hi.
Oh, you made it. Thank you. Do we know where extract is?
Not sure yet. I can go see. Oh, here.
Was it there or no?
No, no.
Okay, okay.
It's probably this way. Yeah, it's gotta be here.
Oh, hello. Okay. Maybe if you slap feather on this, I could take the clock first. Well, there's space to the right. I just realized. Here, let me-
Yeah, put it down. Oh, RIP.
Oh, can you bring it?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Oh my god, I'm in physical pain! The fucking orb, dude. And yeah, this is why the cart is so fucking annoying. Like, the cart gets so full when you only have one.
Here, it's a feather.
Okay. Should have probably repositioned the orb. Yeah, the money bag is... Yeah, you barely get any space with the money bag in here. I don't know, it's weird. The orb was in like a safe spot, and then...
Here, in this, thing. Ooh.
You check the downstairs here?
No.
Okay, I'll look.
Seems like there's some stuff done. Oh wait, there's this side
Can you bring
room.
the feather? Oh.
Yeah. Give me one sec.
Gnomes.
This music thing takes up way too much space. Like, how is this? Please. Sorry, I'm...
Yeah, that works. You're good. Oh, TV too, behind you.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
This, yeah, I'm feeling the lack of two carts very much right now.
Yeah. There's a harp in the downstairs spot.
Oh shit. Okay.
That's
Wait,
what I
you
was
wanted the
wanting
feather for the harp?
Yeah,
I
Here.
Are you sure you can't grab it by yourself? Because the harp,
Probably.
like, I could solo carry it with 0 strength before.
We're running out of battery on the indestructible, and with the feather, I can just go so fast. So I was just trying to preserve.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Did you grab the grenade just now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Do you want it? Were you
No,
just
no,
dropping
no. I was making room.
Oh, here, you can have it.
Rhino here. Jeez. Wait, there's 2 items? Oh, right, the TV.
Okay, well, I am leaving the feather by the harp. Wait, we have the...
What? You're leaving what now?
Oh my
Oh,
gosh.
shit.
Here, okay, come over here.
There's a gnome. Okay, is this an extraction?
Here, give me your drum. Hold it out.
Oh.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the feather's by the harp, so you can go grab that if you want.
Okay. All right. Okay. Probably on the other side of the big hole room is extraction.
Mm-hmm.
Gee. So much loot. There's a jade plate.
Oh, sorry, I'll let go.
Oh. It's wobbling. There we go.
Another
Okay,
rhino. Harp.
Oh, damn.
I'll
Yeah,
activate the extract.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna put the rhino in there. Got a lot of money. The music box isn't bad if you put it in the way one of them is right now, at least.
What was it?
Nothing.
Oh, okay, okay. Making sure.
Alright, let's grab the TV and the other rhino, and then push the cart.
Sounds good.
Oh, actually, can you put me...
Oh.
Oh, there's nothing. I think maybe stuff can spawn up there.
Full spot. You got that?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
That's stacking. Impeccable. Is Lopos okay? Oh, yeah. These? No, dude. I can't fucking grab them. Oh my god.
What?
These fucking music. I'm dead.
Oh,
Here, grab my
no.
drug. Grab the trank.
Oh,
rip.
I'm in
Wait,
the
are we both dead?
No.
Well.
Okay, whatever.
I just
Oh,
can't,
now
man.
I might be.
I just can't. It's just so frustrating, dude. One fucking music box just ruins everything. Oh my god. Yeah, I guess just don't pick up the music players. You know what would have prevented all of this? Having 2 fucking carts. Which we would have had if we didn't lose the bag. That's okay. Lobos has got this. Oh, man. We lost 20,000. Oh, God. And then the frickin' gnomes jump in the cart, and every time you try to grab them, you just grab a fucking item in the cart by accident. I am really not tempted by the Dark and Darker updates. I don't know, dude. The game is just... I've kind of given up on Dark and Darker. I don't know, dude. The devs just flip-flop in that game so much. It's crazy. Oh shit, Mitch, thank you for the 8 months as well. I will probably play... what the fuck is going on? I will probably play Dark and Darker again when, the wipe happens, but... Goodbye, Lobos.
I can't. I'm stuck in the thing. I'm stuck in the...
Oh my god. Oh my god, it's all gone.
It's stuck to me, dude.
It's all gone.
Lady.
Oh god, how does this happen, bro? What the fuck?
Majestic.
The card is literally worth... We just lost $40,000 in the card. I'm not even kidding. Yeah, have fun with the music box, buddy. Fucking... Lobos, what are you doing? Grab the front of the cart, dude. Why are you making this difficult? I can't with this game, dude. Oh my god, that was like, everything was fine, and now everything is horrible. Put it in, Lobos. Oh right, he has the harp. Oh god. Oh god, I'm scared. That's not gonna work, Lobos. He's gonna break the cart.
Why is it backwards?
Oh,
No.
cart's gone.
Why is it backwards? Oh my god.
Goodbye, cart.
Goodbye, cart?
Yeah, it's
I didn't know
gone.
that could happen. Oh
Alright, it's
my
fine.
God.
Let's just go to the extract. Use the indestructible drone. Let's get the fuck out of here, man. This has been a fucking nightmare and a half.
What?
Dude, I'm never picking up those music fucking things ever again.
The spin one?
Yeah, dude,
Or
they
the-
both. No, you know how the door was blocked like
Oh,
that
yeah,
by
yeah,
the
yeah,
music
okay,
thing? There
yeah.
was two of them on both sides. They both like rested exactly like that, and it was just so wide, and I couldn't push it. And then the gnomes showed up, and then the aliens showed up.
Wow.
Yeah. I don't even know where we're going. Oh, I think it's the right way.
There is a door this way, yeah.
Oh, nice. All right, it's here. Okay, we can look up here. I mean, there can be like a big clock up here sometimes.
I have 2 HP, by the way.
I have 1.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this place? Yeah, I can put you up. Remember, we can skip, Oh, you're up there.
Oh, there's a doll. I'll just see if there's anything worthwhile.
Okay.
Right back.
Drop down a music box. Oh, there's an alien. Oh, God. Is he dead? Is almost dead.
Okay.
Oh, okay, you're okay. All right, nice.
I am okay.
Oh, gee.
All right, fuck it. Just putting this in and we go.
Will we get the feathered drone back, by the way?
Yeah, yeah. You know, you don't have to bring it back or anything.
Okay.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. It's rough with low health. Okay, we're in. Okay, nice.
Yeah. Oh my god, I think I almost just killed you with that. Go, Lobos! I had 1 health. It doesn't matter. Just fucking go. Actually, he might be able to get me.
I'm
But-
going. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I know you're
that's
right
fine.
there.
Just go,
I'm
man.
going. I saw your head. How the fuck?
Just go.
I don't know.
It's okay.
I didn't even know you were there.
Yeah,
That was so weird.
It's all good. We made it. That's what matters.
Wow. What a roller coaster.
Yeah, no fucking kidding.
Damn, strength. Strength is expensive now. 5 strength.
Health plus cart. Maybe we should just get a
Yeah.
second cart.
I was
Because
thinking about
honestly,
cart,
most
yeah.
of our issues came from not having a second cart there. One guy in my chat doesn't believe in the cart, but I believe in it.
I believe.
What's your sprint speed? 1?
1. Yeah. Thanks.
Alright, I got us both fat med packs, at least. Do you want to do one more round? I know it's getting like close to your end
Yeah, let's do
time.
one more. Do one more.
Okay.
I'm scared. What is this gonna be? 7? 8?
I think we're on 8, maybe?
The rounds start taking so long. Right?
Yeah. partially because we like goofed up, so we kind of goofed up a lot there too. So.
Ooh, we've only got one more crystal left, so what do we want to recharge?
Well, my gun,
Oh, wait,
I
we have
just
the recharge
shot it
drone
by
as well.
accident, but yeah, you can charge your drone.
Okay.
Alright. I'm not gonna... I don't know if I'm gonna bring the trank gun. I could infinite ammo it, but that's cheating, so...
I don't understand. This doesn't want to cheat.
Alright, maybe for one round, just to
eight.
show chat. Alright. Alright, let's do it.
Just walk
Okay,
around
so this
spamming
this is the cheat strat, chat, alright? So you attach the drone... Oh, I think I fucked it up. Wait.
It has... Oh. Thanks. Oh. Oh, it has infinite? Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were trying to make it go out before you did it again.
It is cheating, but you know, it's just for one round. It's just for one round. It's just to show you guys. Oh yeah, grab your cart.
Yay, shopping!
Woohoo! Oh no, I hate this room so much, Lobos.
Uh-oh. What is it, the gap with the bridges?
Yeah, or I don't know. I think that's the one. Yeah. I'm gonna have to bring this down and just go put the stuff for the extract. The sand clock? Huh? The fuck is that? I don't think I've ever looted that item before. Sand clock? Wait, there was an hourglass? Where? Oh, we got an extract already. Nice.
Yes. Over here, yeah.
You check all these rooms?
I just finished, yeah.
Okay.
There was a propane tank. That was my first time seeing a propane
Nice. Alright, well, we can leave this extract for last, since it's right here.
Yeah.
And then we can go into hell.
Can't wait. I will go across.
Toilet. Is that a love potion down there? Oh shit, Lobos.
What? There's gotta be some big stuff, right?
Yeah, there is.
What?
Right below us, right here. Here,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
I have a plan. All right.
Okay.
I'm gonna bring this up to you. I'll lift it up.
Okay. Do you want to... Hold on, 1 second. Wait.
Oh, jeez.
Okay. I got it.
Nice,
It's
you got it.
indestructible.
Okay, cool.
I'll take it to main. Main.
Careful it doesn't bounce you off. Yeah,
Why is
you need the arrow to be
There's
facing
a
up.
bounce,
Oh.
idiot!
Oh, you're alive. Okay, nice. Oh, no, the loot's gone.
I caught
and our drone.
No! I caught it, though!
I might be dead. I'm dead.
Get back here! Did you just... I don't...
I don't know
Did your
either,
head
man.
explode? Oh, what the fuck?
It's over, guys. It's fucking over. I mean, I don't know. Maybe we'll be okay, but the drones are gone. We just lost 20k.
Wait. Oh god.
I don't know.
There's a parkour.
Dude, enemies are just falling. What the fuck is going on? Oh, all right.
Well,
Bye. It was. I mean, you had to go, so.
that's right. Yeah, that's why we did that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. My computer was gonna auto shut down anyway. That's how it works.
Oh man, that was brutal. Whoa. Nice one. Killed himself.
What?
You batted yourself off the
Did
level.
I didn't know
Yeah.
you could do that. Okay. All right. Oh man. All right.
Well, at least there were some funny moments. At least there were some funny moments. It was
Very funny moments. Yeah. Holy crap, dude.
that was
Okay.
so cursed, man. Oh my god. That's why I hate that room though. It's so scary.
Yeah.
You know?
Sticking around in that room is no good. All right, dude. Well, thanks for playing.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm off
GG.
tomorrow, so
Okay.
I'll be back
Yeah.
Thursday for more stuff.
Okay. Yeah, if you want to continue the DS3 on Thursday, I'm down.
Cool. Sounds good.
All right. Well, have a good one, buddy.
All right. Yeah. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Oh my god, man. What a nightmare, dude. Ugh. That was fun, though. Oh yeah, let me end the shared chat. So Lobos can say goodbye to his stream. No, my solo run is still... It still exists, actually. Yeah, I still have my quota 13 run. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back, chat. I don't know if I want to do... I don't know if I want to do solo or not. Oh no, I do think it's more... The game is definitely more fun with another person. It can be frustrating with another person, but it's also frustrating solo. So that's not... That has nothing to do with... The game can just be... It can just be frustrating at times. Yeah, I was doing the Blood Typers game before. It was pretty cool. I've already been streaming for like 7 hours, though. Solo is just over if you die, but at least duo can be saved. Yeah, that's true. But you're also weaker in a duo. Like, you just... I don't know. I'm not, I'll be honest, in a duo, like, I'm not sure if it's better to split the strength upgrades or to have one person go strength and one person use the feather. I really don't, I don't know. It's way too expensive to split. One person should have 3 upgrades, and the other hoards the rest. Yeah, I don't know about that. It's not really fun for the person who doesn't get to do any upgrades, in my opinion. Even if that is the most efficient, that just sounds lame. You can't skip the strength. Strength? Once you get high enough strength, you can literally kill any enemy just by grabbing them. So. Yeah, I don't know. You say it's the efficient meta, but like, okay. Like, what if the guy with 400 health and 200 stamina and 10 strength and all the stats dies, and then the person with nothing is left to run across the entire map with no upgrades to res the person? Like, I don't know. I think you need 9 strength to grab the mace guy. So what's going on, CBD? How'd your solo go? Last night? You meant all the strength upgrades? Oh, okay, yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I mean, I think having one person be strength is also a good idea. Who, I mean, I don't really know for sure, but... Yeah, I was watching you a little bit last night, CBD. I went to bed though. When you were, I don't remember what. You died to level 8 because you got eyed in a room with narrow walkways and no railings. Yeah. Wait, hold on. Is it? I'm guessing it's the same room Lobos and I just died in. Hold on. I don't know if you just got here, CBD, but just look at what fucking happened to Lobos and I, dude. We didn't die the same way, but just go put this stuff. Alright.
There's gotta be some big stuff, right?
I'll lift it up.
Okay. Do you wanna... Hold on, 1 second. Wait.
Oh, jeez.
Okay. I got it.
Nice, you got it. Okay, cool.
I'll take it to main.
Careful it doesn't bounce you off. Yeah, if you need the arrow to be facing
There's a
up.
bounce, idiot!
Oh, you're alive. Okay, nice. Oh, no, the loot's gone. And our drone.
No! I caught it, though!
I might be dead. I'm dead.
Get back here! Did you just...
They never get to 150k. I've had 160k solo,
What the f...
so you can definitely get that much. It's over, guys. One of our runs would have been 150k. Our bag didn't break. Yeah, Lobos fell to his death as well. Although that was his own fault, but it was pretty Jover anyways, I think. I don't know, I kind of want to play more R.E.P.O, but I don't know if I want to do solo. I wonder when they're gonna release the next patch for this game. No, you're never gonna find 7 strength upgrades in a shop. I think the most I've ever seen is 3. I mean, we could do some duos with CBD, or I don't know what you're up to, CBD, though, if you would want to join. It's all good if you're busy or whatever. I don't know how long I want to go for, though, I guess, is the thing. The runs in this game start going on for so fucking long. Protecting the card from breaking at extraction with the indestructible drone? I don't think that would work. Well, I don't think the drone can even target the cart, to be honest. You be down? Alright. I mean, I can ask Larksa if she wants to play as well. I don't know. I think she's slightly depressed because of the WoW incident, which is totally understandable. But I can ask her. Alright, I'm back. I am back. Alright, Larksa said she's gonna join chat. Time for some professional gaming. What about Bach? I mean, I can ask him, but he's doing... I don't know, does Bach like this game? I'm not sure. I feel like every time he plays, well, I feel like every time he plays, he wants to do everything except actually play the game. Not even well, that's not, I don't know. It's just, I feel like... I don't mean to, I don't want to be rude. I feel like an asshole, like, saying this. It's just like... I feel like the few times he's joined, it's like he's like, okay, fine, I'll try hard just so Dist is happy. It's like, okay, I'm not trying to make you, like, I'm trying to force you or anything. I don't know. Alright, let me invite CBD. Wait. Why can't I invite him? You're in, but you can't join. You're awful to Bach? What the fuck? Can reset the shop infinitely and wait, why can't I invite anybody? What the hell's going on? Let me restart the game. I don't know what's happening. Oh wait, did I think I might have pressed single player. What? Wait. Okay. Oh, there we go. There we go. I mean, I'd like to get like a full lobby or something. That would be fun. But yeah, I don't know if we can. I don't know if there's anybody else who wants to join. I mean, Salad could join, but can't talk.
Tess.
I have to TT.
Hello.
Yo.
Hello.
I mean, I could ask Kyle. Maybe Kyle's around. Let's see.
70%, huh?
Sus. Met sus.
Dissed on 15%. Holy.
W W W W W W.
I'm asking Kyle real quick. I don't.
Okay.
Give him a minute and see if he responds.
Yep.
Oh, I gotta reboot the game. Actually,
Okay.
I don't. Wait, CBD, where are you from?
Hawaii. So
Oh,
that's why the
shit.
thing's so high.
I see. Damn. Hopefully that doesn't feel too bad for you or anything.
It's been fine playing with people from Europe for me,
Okay.
so it's all good.
I had like 250 one time, and it was actually really bad. Yeah, there's
Yeah.
like such a bad delay every time I grab something. I gotta turn on my toggle mute, so I'll be right back. Why does it keep... Okay. I don't know why I even bother fucking sending people invites. I don't think I need to. Small double UU capital double UU.
Pass.
W capital W.
There you go. I
Hi. Hello.
Oh, Kyle. Okay, Kyle's gonna play. Oh, the ping's worse now. Are we on like a different server?
Oh yeah. The lag spike coming back to haunt us again. Kyle!
Kyle.
Oh, we could continue that quota 8 run we were on. I mean, we don't have
Holy moly.
who was
was
our fourth
Thor,
last?
that was with us.
Thor, right? Okay. I think I could host that, and we could do the. You guys want to start at
Sure.
quota 8, or do you want to start from the? I mean, I'm down to start from the beginning. I don't really care.
I don't care either.
We can do whatever.
Yeah. Same.
All right, chat. What do you think? I'll leave it up to chat. Quota 8 or start fresh? Okay, everybody says fresh.
What?
Yeah, I'm surprised.
So surprised actually. I'm surprised. They just want more stream.
Probably true.
It's much calmer than the 10-man lobby I did.
Yeah.
That was crazy. Like every time we spawn in all 10 of us, we just shout at each other.
We gotta get Hob to try to play.
Oh god. Hopping.
Orange juice. Double orange juice.
Have you seen the emote Hop Banger?
Oh.
That was an awesome place.
Jesus.
Holy moly.
Never mind,
Oh,
it was.
shh.
Everybody okay?
I dropped the monkey.
I found the pocket watch.
Oh, Larksa?
Yeah,
Come in here.
that is right there behind me.
Have you ever seen the moose fighting?
No. What the fuck is that? What the fuck? What the fuck was that? Oh my god. Are you giving me more trauma on this day?
No, like, super big items?
This one's worth 3k. I mean, we got 20k. It's not bad.
That's...
It's first level, so.
Nice.
I don't know where the head is. Is it here? No, okay. Oh, good.
Oh my god, I keep scrolling my scroll wheel to zoom out.
Oh, I'm dead, dude. Bro, why was he on the...
That was weird. That was a spawn camp.
Alright, guys. Oh.
He saw me again, dude.
He likes you.
Jesus.
That was fucked up.
Hi, gnomes.
Man.
We're fine. You say Nems?
Gnomes.
Oh,
Numbs. I haven't heard that name in years.
Wait, is there a feather drone?
Yeah.
I don't know if it's worth it, anyways. Alright. Yeah, Larksa died to a lag spike.
I was just having PTSD in the corner.
I'm taking one strength. Everybody take one.
Yep. I got health.
Yep. Strength.
It is nice doing this in like a big group, because at least you get through the levels like so much faster. Well, you should get through the levels faster in a big group. Not always the case. I'm gonna leave the cart in the center here for us.
Okay.
Oh boy. Larkson might be dead.
No, I evaded.
Oh, nice.
Ooh.
Can we open this fridge? There can be stuff under the bed too.
Yeah. Oh.
Nice.
Shotgun guys on the map.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Ooh.
Sounded kind of close.
Yeah.
But the grandpa isn't the way. Yeah, there's a vase. A vase! Oh my god, I hate saying vase. God, I hate that word.
Well, I'm gonna turn this in. It's 30. Alright, should we get the vase?
Okay.
It seems close.
Yeah. Yeah, it's right there.
He's going into that one. He just went into that. So it's a dead end. He's gonna come back out. Careful. Hey, fart face! Oh. Where the fuck did he go? Oh, my bad, guys. He should really, like, walk towards wherever you make sound. I find it kind of dumb that he doesn't do that. Maybe that would be too... Oh, boy. Maybe that would be too easy, though. I don't know. Clown? Ooh! Wait, I can kill him. This is gonna be worth it, chat. Let me get him ready.
You should have done that. 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 You should have done that.
Well done.
Nice. Alright, let's is the vase broken? Or do you guys get it?
No,
Yeah,
we
bro.
got it.
Oh nice. Oh, no you didn't.
Totally.
Yeah, broke.
I blame Nems, honestly, so.
Yeah, same. It's his aura.
Grandpa falls over like so easily. You just hit him with anything.
Mostly he just goes downstairs.
Yeah, he can fall over himself.
So it reminds me of just going to the supermarket.
Let's grab
Very
everything.
similar.
Alright, that was good. I think gun guy's at our. I think he's at our hub. He's shooting at.
Oh, thank God I had to sneeze. Holy shit! Holy shit!
Who was he? What was he shooting at there? That's so weird.
No idea.
Good show.
Throw a teammate at him to knock him over. I guess that could work.
Are the
Also get
orbs
you killed.
random, or does every enemy have the same cell value?
It's like a range, but like
Okay.
there's like sizes to the orbs for like the stronger
Yeah.
enemies, I think. All right.
Healing time?
How much health do you guys have?
Full. I'm full.
I'm 50, but it's fine.
Yeah,
Just
it's still
keep
early.
getting Back.
No healing for you, Kyle.
No ceiling?
Oh, ceiling. I thought you said healing. All right, I'm gonna take whoever doesn't have the health upgrades. I think
Oh.
I'm gonna take one stem.
Okay.
Yeah. Strength is still good, but I don't know. I don't really know how to do the upgrades in a team. It's definitely more fun for everybody, though, if everybody gets upgrades. I mean, eventually you'll get strong. It just takes more... Okay.
The rogue.
The what?
The rogue guy's no face guy. He's
Oh. Larksa? Oh. Alright. Oh god. I think she's dead.
If you don't look at them, then they don't run after you.
Holy shit, we got a Giga statue here.
Oh.
Oh wait, I could kill it with the clown.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, I'm doing it. Where's the Reaper? I need to avenge Larksa.
Do we ever head?
Yeah.
Oh, there it is.
Duck.
Surprise codex.
I almost have enough money to res Larksa.
We might need here. No, it's not a statue. It's like a.
Yeah, I think you guys want to take this statue to the other extract,
Yeah.
if you can.
Where's the cart? Oh, there it is.
Oh, ducky!
Oh yeah.
Mom dog.
Well, that clown is there if you want to kill anything with it. It's primed and ready to go. So the clown,
Okay.
by the way, when you hit its nose 3 times,
Yeah,
and then it blows up. There's to tell Kyle. This clown over here.
Okay.
Oh, no, I know.
Okay. Yeah. So I already hit it twice. So it's ready to go. I'm gonna res Larksa. All right, Lark. So you get the cart and the bag. All right.
Alright, hopefully no face doesn't show up.
Fuck off, duck.
That's doing great.
Yep. Duck's doing great too. I'm gonna kill this thing with the extractor.
Oh,
Alright,
don't put it in
on
yet. Yeah.
Oh no. Push, 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 push.
That's okay. Hi.
I got the cart.
Nice.
There's a
Oh, yeah,
big
there's-
stack over here too.
Yeah.
Alright. Desperately try not to hit anything. Or else it's gonna fucking explode. I'm surprised how little damage it does. How little damage it does to monsters.
Nice.
Nice.
All right. You guys could probably
set
put the
this down.
staff. Yeah, I guess put it down. So I think we push these both in, and then we put the staff on top. Probably.
Ooh, griffin statue.
Okay. You guys ready to push the statue? You can push with your body, like, pretty easily, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, lift the butt up. Good idea. All right, do it. Push.
Staff.
Yeah, staff next.
Nice.
Cool.
Nice.
Solid run.
Oh, nothing.
And heals. Okay, God, I thought he noticed me for a sec.
Oh, no face again.
Wait, Lark said, do you need help? Here. Give me your neck.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Easy clap. Nice. Big money.
Nice. Let's go.
There's baby carts, no big ones, though. Sad. Bunch of stam for us. We can each get one. Whoa, that thing is going crazy. Is
I
there any
wonder how that would
drones?
do against... I don't think so. Yeah, no drones.
What the hell was that?
This is the rubber duck.
Sounds so weird.
Go over the thing.
Do any of you need heals?
I'm at 46.
We basically bought like every upgrade, so
Alright.
you need any heals?
No, I'm at 76.
Okay.
Do we want to get an energy crystal?
Sure, why not? Oh, let's go up in the... Put you in the ceiling, Kyle. You gotta press Q.
Yeah.
Sorry. I was closing my
It's
window.
okay.
Human grenade.
Yikers.
Hey, I asked them if they wanted heals. They didn't want heals, so we know no heals. Alright, everybody gets a stam. I'm taking one range. If you don't have strength, take the strength, I guess.
Got it.
Whoever wants the health. Take a grenade too. You need one? You want one?
I'm okay.
Even though these never kill anything.
Oh, yeah, I could use like a little bit of heal. Thank you.
What's this room?
What happened to this bed?
You can go up here, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if you stand on this pole, jump
Yeah.
here, you can jump up here.
Wait. Okay. Oh. I just got like a TTS. I was like, am I alive by mistake?
You put that TV in there?
Not me.
No, can you?
Oh, yeah.
Sorry. I hate you.
There. I need help lifting though. Nice.
Alright. God fucking damn it, dude.
Got the monkey. I feel like I've never seen this map before.
I don't think I have either.
Wait for the stam. I have 2x jump. No, I don't actually, but
Ooh, a vase. Oh my god, I can look. Whoa.
Yeah. Yeah, I tried. I couldn't.
Holy moly.
I don't think I have the strength upgrade.
Let's see.
Whoa, what?
do you see the thing fall?
Yeah.
Yeah, I dropped it. From up here.
Yeah, I was
Dude,
like,
I
I was like, what? I was like, what the
broke
fuck? I was like, what the fuck was that?
I broke the vase, sorry.
That's why I was afraid of picking up the vase, dude. I feel like I break like anything like super fragile. I'm always afraid to pick up in this game.
All right, I'm gonna actually turn this in. I think.
Yeah, we already found the next extract.
Okay, I think CBD is probably getting it ready.
Yeah, and there's a big cello that we need to get.
Oh god. What the fuck is that? I found a harp, but
Oh, it's just Ender Baby.
what the fuck?
Oh.
Clarkson? Oh, she got
What's
doinked.
that? Jesus Christ. Yeah, there's a harp down this hallway.
Okay. It's a clown.
Yeah, and it's just me. Rude.
Hey, do we want to do the first or the farthest extract first, or?
I don't.
Oh, holy shit, that was close.
Unfortunate, dude.
Is Kyle dead?
Oh no, he what?
Run! Run!
Oh well. Who do you see? Oh, no, he saw me.
Is there a hole? I'm just gonna open it. This way, I think like it's early enough. It doesn't really matter.
Okay. Oh. My goodness, dude.
My God, we gotta get him out of here, dude.
Yep.
I need help with the harp later.
Yeah.
When this guy's gone.
Yeah, we're kind of busy. Could have been worse. That's
God, I hate that thing.
We could probably kill him if we both like.
Hey, where's the cart?
Right.
Did I leave it?
I hit it.
Oh, I see it.
Yeah, the harp is right.
Yeah, we definitely need to bring the harp to that extract.
Mm-hmm.
That clown might be there though, so careful.
Mm-hmm. Diamonds.
Yeah? I'm okay. Are you okay?
Yeah. I just wanna put this diamond in the cart.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you walked away, so I wasn't sure.
Yeah, Wonder Baby is there.
Yeah. Oh, you moved.
Yeah, I could have stunned the laser monster, but then what?
Yay!
Hmm.
Oh!
Okay, Larksa, take this cart and put it in the, not in the extract, but just take it to the extract. I'm gonna get the harp.
Okay.
This fucking idiot. Yeah, I know there was a skeleton statue. It's just kind of busy, bro.
There's more loot over there.
Oh.
I guess we let's do this together. All right, hold on. I'm gonna rotate. Careful. Yeah. Good. Hold on. I'm gonna regrab.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, wait, where am I going? From this way? $2,000 for that, dude? Ripped off.
There we go.
Are we just chucking it on? Oh, yeah. The cart's right there.
Nice.
Can the cart fit? Oh, gotta go. Yeah, looks good. Oh, come on.
Again, dude. Oh, he's on Lark's, I think.
I'll come back.
Oh boy.
We got a clown for you, dude.
That's what killed me last time.
I'm not sure where you went. Oh, here he is.
There's a big giant statue here.
The extract is right here. All right, Larksa, let's grab the statue. Oh, let me activate the extract. Did you move the vase there? Did you move the vase there?
Yeah. Wait, no, not me. Someone else did.
Okay, let's This looks good.
I moved it.
Oh, gotcha. All right, Larksa. Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's slowly set it down.
Oh, right. Okay.
Nice.
Yeah, I also found a diamond, but my finger slipped. And it broke.
Is there anything
I think
else? I think we got pretty much everything.
I tried scouting everything before, so.
Okay.
Guys, the clown's coming.
Okay, let's put it in. Put it in.
Yeah,
Help me with
got it.
this.
Yeah.
All right, somebody get the cart.
It's gonna
Close
go
this
for...
That's okay.
Cart. Yeah.
Alright.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh. Stuck on each. Oh God, I'm sorry. You stupid motherfucker. Probably should have stunned those guys, to be honest. I kind of screwed over I should have used the stun there. Somebody's dead. Shit. Are they all dead? There's no fucking way they're all dead, right? There's no way I killed everybody. He kicks me through the fucking table again, I swear to God. Somebody's alive. Larksa dead?
I'm here.
Oh. Alright, I'm gonna stun this fucking piece of shit. Let's just go. Just fucking go. Everybody run.
Go.
Oh. Yeah, thanks, Mr. Spider.
It's taking Lark's head. Or Kyle's head. Give Kyle's
Oh
head
my
back,
God,
you
dude.
fuck!
Is Larksa alive?
I don't know.
Well, I'm getting health first.
I wonder if I can, like, super yeet this.
They left your head.
Is Larksa dead?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, the clown's here.
And the kid.
I mean... Do we... Maybe we should... I don't know, maybe we should just go. It's only 25 health. I think let's just get out of here. Oh, it has like a max range.
Let's go! Yahoo!
Did you die to the shadow person?
Yeah, Slender
Yeah,
Baby.
I see.
Yeah.
Still no
strength
drones. Oh, nice. Yeah, definitely get that. Any good upgrades?
20k for strength. They done lost their damn minds, dude.
Oh, is there a cart? No. Damn.
Nope.
No extra cart. You guys put some health in if you need it.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna chill though. I have a bit of a headache.
Oh, you're done? Okay.
Yeah.
Alright. No worries.
Yeah. Thank you guys for playing.
Thanks
Yeah,
for joining.
Bye bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye.
And then there was 3.
Go forth, touch the demon inside me.
Okay.
You guys got your health and stuff you need?
Yeah, I'm at 79, so.
Okay. Actually, I should probably get one. 10k. Medium. Alright. Yo, Psycho! Thank you so much for the raid. A big old potato raid. Thank you, man. I'm addicted to this fucking game. We should play sometime, Psycho. If you want to do it, we could do some like high quota duos or something. I'm taking a medium. I'll take 1 sprint speed. Does anyone need strength?
I have 1 strength.
You have strength, Kyle?
No, I do not. I'll use
Okay. Alright. How much health do you have, CBD?
79.
Okay. Gotcha. How much do you have, Kyle?
120. I can give you some CBD.
Oh, it's really fine. Doesn't really matter until we
Yeah, I'm really excited to see
the truck anyway.
I'm really excited to see the update for the game, the new map. I wonder if they're gonna add any new like equipment and stuff too. Yo, what's up, Cynic? Yeah, I'm like, solo is fun, but it is fucking exhausting. Like, every level takes so long, and it's so, yeah, the dying to like fall, your biggest risk of dying is
nothing.
Is falling for sure.
I have a guitar.
Just take that to the extract, I think. It's so big. I think there can be stuff. Did you go up on the boxes? Is that where you found it?
No.
Okay. Only level 7, but at least it's still alive. Nice. Yeah, I'm at level 13, and I don't know. I definitely have more fun playing this game in a group. But I will say, solo in this game is infinitely better than Lethal Company, because you get all the juice for yourself. It's so nice. No, I've never gotten further than my solo run in a group, funny enough. Yeah, it's so nice actually being able to like upgrade yourself. And they honestly have so much potential for what they could do with upgrades. I feel like extra, I don't know, extra inventory capacity could be a cool upgrade. Also, there was one other one I was thinking of that would be pretty nice. Oh yeah, stamina regen would be nice, but I kind of understand if they don't want people to have like crazy stam regen. because it is like, I guess part of the difficulty is not having so much stam. I even want to put this in here. God, I thought there was a monster.
Are we gonna be able to get this?
Yes, but I don't know if we should take it. Actually, it's not that far. Yeah, let's do it. So I would recommend grab the center of the bottom, or like as center as you can, and that should give us like a pretty good alignment. Oh, hold on. You got to pull back. Pull it back. Okay. So you can like align it. If you go, actually, yeah, that's good. Nice. Easy.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, I know Cynic. I know. Oh, whoops. It definitely takes a while for Stam to reach in, but like I kind of like I understand why it's that way. All right, let's just turn it in. Grab the bag. Stam upgrade in your cart for when you're out, so it fully regens. Oh yeah, I remember somebody mentioned that before. I forgot that that's a thing. Yeah, that's actually insane that it fully regenerates you. I'm just gonna put the bag by the extract, I think. Really? It's okay. Yeah, I've also been it's nice to keep stuff in the cart. Like I was putting... Is there a pit I can throw this guy into? I guess he left. Oh, nice. Clown bomb. Perfect. Anything else big around here? Is there something big up there?
Yeah, it's a server.
Oh shit, okay. You wanna get it? Or work on it together?
Yeah. Oops.
Alright, here, I'm gonna grab the top, you stay at the, you get the butt.
Yep, yep.
Stop.
Do I hear a frog?
There was a frog.
That might just be our footsteps in there. Because frogs are squishy sounding too.
True.
Putting it up?
Yeah. Somebody get the cart. Well done. Yeah, Cynic. The enemies honestly become kind of a joke. Alright. You're not using the infinite ammo glitch, are you? I don't know if you're aware of that, but I haven't been doing it, but you do glitchless? Okay, yeah. The infinite ammo glitch is a little stupid.
Jesus.
I don't even know. Oh, my bad. I don't know how to do the med. I know that there's a glitch with the med kit too, but yeah, I don't know how to do that. Somebody showed me how to do like the.
Oh, big mace.
Oh, damn. Oh, mace guy. Can move the bag. Hold on. You need to rotate it, maybe. Actually, that's okay. Did he see me?
Hold on, big guy.
What?
Oh, well. You're still alive, right?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Okay.
You spam E at the shop with one in your hand as you're leaving. Oh, okay, I see.
Right on, dog.
Well. Oh god, I think he might have seen me. Careful, careful, run. There's like no... another thing about the pits though, even though the pits are really shitty... Oh my god. Even though the trank and extract him... Yeah, but we have a giant box that we need to put in there. But yeah, the pits, like, you can die really easily, but you can also just throw every enemy in the pits. So it's like, it goes both ways, I feel like. This fucking enemy, man. Maybe I should just try to kill him. Wait, we have... Oh, we had a clown. Damn it.
Yeah, we had the clown, but yeah.
Do you have a grenade?
No, I died with it.
Fuck. Pick him up and slam him. Slam him. Pick him up, slam him.
No,
oh god.
no, no.
Oh no, run.
There's a frog too?
Okay, Kyle, come. We're gonna slam him. I'm gonna trank him. Guys. Get ready.
Okay, alright.
Fucking beat his ass. I'll trank him again.
Oh
Fuck
God.
it. I'm tranking again. Kill him! Kill this fucking bitch!
Die!
What the fuck?
Yeah!
Oh! I almost broke the cube. Okay. Woo. I don't know if can you open that? Is the extract open? Oh, it is.
Yeah, it's open.
All right, I'm gonna go put that in there.
Oh, hi, frog. Hey.
Elden Ring. Oh, Elden Ring.
Never mind.
I don't.
He's out of
What
here.
is the
roll
what does the
drone
frog
CC
do?
monsters?
Like,
Oh,
What? Except what the frogs do? They just attack a lot.
all right. I'm gonna put the cart in the room. Still gotta get that box though. Oh, guys,
Yep.
can you grab this? Wait, where'd he go? Oh. Is there an item up? Oh, it's upstairs.
Fucking hell.
There's also a diamond.
There's something big up here, guys. I think. Oh, wait. Somebody got it. Wait, what was it?
Oh, it was a guitar behind the door.
Oh.
Yeah.
Alright, we just need that box.
Yep.
Oh, grab this guy. Slam him. Teamwork, guys. Everybody grab him. Fucking beat his ass. Up, down. Up, down. Up, down.
Nice.
Kyle, you can take it.
Huge.
Alright, CBD, let's go get the box.
Lift with your legs, not your back.
You're good.
You're good. You're good. You're good. I can't really see what's good over there. Oh, they're just around them.
Nicely
the
done. Oh, the guitar. Nice. Huge.
Oh, hi, chef.
Oh.
Oh. Probably saw.
Oh, we can go around.
Yeah.
What a dumbass.
This fucking thing. Oh, hi, dude. Oh, yeah, this way too.
I'm so...
That's 4 HP to that, dude.
Damn. Okay, well, we tested it. Now we know. 4 damage. Honestly, wasn't sure if that would actually do anything. Oh, I could have given you a little bit of help.
Oh, it's fine.
Kyle? 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 I think I might have seen him just die. Kyle. Dude, see? Kyle?
I'm here.
Oh.
Fear me.
What's this?
Yo, Keelamera, thank you for the prime sub, man. That was a good run.
117.
Dude, it's crazy that we still don't have an indestructible drone or a feather drone, though. What the hell?
What does a roll drone do?
Somebody said if you attach it to monsters, it makes them fall over. So I don't know. I mean, you could. Whoa!
Oh,
What
my.
the? Oh, you're rolling the fucking pan.
Oh, it like follows you?
Well, it attaches the drone. Oh. The drone attaches to something and it makes it roll. So you can attach it to yourself. And you can roll around. But you can also attach it to like monsters, I think. And it'll make them roll. I believe.
Alright.
Oh wait, is there a card? No? Okay.
No.
What the fuck, bro?
Not even a pocket card. That's...
You need any heals, Kyle?
No, I'm good.
He's full.
Alright, hell yeah. Are you good, CBD?
I could use a 50.
Okay.
Oh,
Perfect.
perfect.
Unless, well, we can check up top. Kyle, if you want to go up.
Nada.
Okay.
Oops. He kicked out.
That's all.
That's like the range.
Alright.
How much max
I've
health
got
do you guys
60
have?
stam. 140 health. No.
I'll take this one.
Yeah, I'm 140, 70.
You have 70 stam, TBD?
Yeah.
I have 60. So.
Okay, you could take it.
I'm trying to tell Mitch to get this game, but
Oh, yeah.
he's not responding to me. Should we just take that back? The extract, like right away?
There's a statue?
Yeah.
Yeah, should probably take that.
Oh, that was an accident.
We could do the statue, Kyle. If you want. Alright. Oh, wow. Damn, this is expensive. Make sure to lift if you can. Actually, maybe not. You gotta back up. All right. Oh. Okay. Do we want to just push it in, or I mean, there's some other stuff.
Yeah, we should probably wait.
There's an ore vase up here, like a circular one.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to probably hand it off to somebody though.
Up here.
Or it's halfway. I'm about to fall in right here.
Yeah, yeah. Here, I'll hold it. Is there anything up top here?
I didn't see anything.
Alright, I think we're gonna turn in now. Let's push it in. You can lift up the front. Well, we lost a little bit, but...
Not too bad.
Two pianos and two griffin statues before third extract? You mean on the third extract, or like on the second? That's crazy though. Pretty crazy.
Nice.
The clown is really good for killing stuff, so could just keep it.
I'll throw it on the card, but yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, if we want to keep it.
Reaper spawned over there.
Oh. Never anything up here.
Do you want to save this extraction point?
Sure.
There's a Reaper over here.
Where? In here?
Yeah, where we're going.
Okay. Hold on. Wait, keep the cart still for a sec. Probably kill him. We see.
Yeah, I leave the clown on the table for now.
For sure.
This book lost its lock. I don't know if it's gonna wake up, but hopefully it's okay.
Ooh, wake up! Oh, you got it. I got it. Right there.
Ooh. The broomstick.
Oh, nice. That room over there? So much small stuff in here. I didn't forget the clown. The clown is my bomb.
I don't think. Okay.
There's the cube. I don't know if you can grab that solo though. I don't think so.
No. I mean, I can like drag it, but. Fucking gnomes.
Oh, this is an extract. Honestly, I might just we'll bring the cube up here and then we could turn it in, I think.
Activated yet? That's like close to the start.
Yeah. I'll save that for last.
Fucking gnomes.
Oh shit. And I can kill her.
Fuck off! Fucking hell! Fuck!
Did she just... Alright. Yeah.
Oh, nice. Jesus fucking Christ.
Is the cube still... How much is it worth?
7.
Okay. You gotta aim more up.
Thing. That's how I fell last time, man.
Alright.
I always get scared. These fucking narrow-ass staircases, man.
You said there was like a broom? Is that close or kind of far? I'll just turn it in.
Oh, it's in the middle there.
Catch the bag? Why? What bag? There's nothing to catch. Oh. Damn, there's so many big yellow items. What the f... I'm gonna put some stuff in here. This is crazy.
Shit, whatever.
Okay.
Fucking another. Jesus. I fucking hate these things.
Some small items over here I'll grab. Wait, are they upstairs?
Yeah. Hey, you should look at this picture on the wall. Class of 87. Right here.
Hmm?
Notice anything funny about the people?
Are they all the same?
Yeah, they all look the same.
What? What?
Cube?
CBD's dead. Don't know what
Oh,
happened.
what?
He fell down or something. Really sure. Alright. We can do the cube like last, I think. You can grab that sword if you want. There is so much loot here, dude. Like, it's unfucking believable. Okay. Oh, that bottle is not... Oh, wait, it's too much. I see.
What do you mean? What?
Oh, well, I was wondering why the bottle was there, but it's too much money, right? That's why you put it there.
I just had them stacked on top of each other.
Okay, well, so you know that, like, it won't
Yeah,
count
no,
as
no,
loot.
no.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I know.
Okay. What the? Oh, CBD got eyed? Oh. Watch this, Kyle.
What?
See this lady? She's fucking dead.
Oh, nice. Huge. Oh.
Grab the orb.
Oh.
Work. Woo. Got it. Alright, we have 2 items left to grab. The cube, or actually no, 3. Oh my god, dude.
Broom, cube, and...
Whatever else there
What
is.
else?
There's one other thing. I'm not sure what it is, though. It's, straight over this way where, like, CBD died. Alright, you get the broom. I feel like this is not gonna end well trying to stuff all this in, but we're gonna try. Wait, there... Oh! Dude, there's 4 extracts.
Yeah.
Let's just turn it in. I was thinking this was the last one.
I thought we were just being greedy.
Alright, grab that bottle. There you go. Nice.
We.
88k. Oh wait, no, 68. Oh yeah, I can give you some health. Here you go.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I thought I had more room when I was backing up. Porch.
It's alright. Okay, we could put this cube in here.
You want the money bag out first?
No, I think it's fine, honestly.
Okay.
It should, like, tilt itself. Alright. Do we know where the... Oh yeah, right, we saved the last extract. Oh my god. I didn't push the cart in, did I? Oh, Jesus.
No.
It pulled the cube out though. The cube!
Yeah, I know. Okay.
Yeah, we still need the broom.
What
too,
is
but-
with this fucking thing?
Oh,
There we go.
what's that banger?
Okay,
Over your skulls.
There's one more item in here. What the hell is this thing? Oh, it's a vase. How much money are we gonna get for this run? It'd be crazy.
A lot.
Did he take the broom? Oh no.
No.
So you take the broom if you want. Just know that if the box hits something, it'll break and the broom will go flying. Can you grab the cart, CBD?
Yeah.
Hopefully Kyle knows there's... Let's see, is he behind me? There's acid, like an acid strip here, so be careful.
Yeah.
On the ground.
Yeah.
Oh, very good. Very good indeed.
Ooh. Alright, hell yeah. Oh, I can help.
No, it's all good. I just
we
want to
can
make sure I
actually
wasn't...
put it in.
Was that it?
Yep. I think you could put the cart like diagonally, or that works. Cool. Fuck yeah. And we must have been like 150k. Oh, thank you so much for the raid takers.
Yeah, I could have got
Yo, Gulch, thank you for the 42 months
baby
as well.
sword, but it was
Yeah,
too
it's
far
alright.
away. It broke. Or Rugrat, as it's called in the game.
Double slasher. What's up, dumbass? This fucking
Baby's so
idiot.
ugly, dude. Oh, gnomes. Gnomes too.
Oh.
Yeah.
You know what? Everybody, just go. Just go. Fuck it. Wait, I can't move.
Run!
Fuck it.
That's a lot of fucking money. 28k for strength.
Indestructible.
Oh my god. Oh, nice. Hell yeah.
Shotgun for 86k.
Ooh.
I don't know about the shoddy. You know, I'm curious about the rubber duck though. I guess it's probably
Yeah, we
not
can try
good,
it.
but we could buy it just for fun. I've never
It would
really
probably
used
only
it.
be good in like in rooms with no pits, right?
I mean, what?
Shotguns
What
in
does it
limited
do?
use? I don't believe that. Like everything
What's
is in
the,
limited use if you charge it, but there's no way you could just shoot it forever.
What does the rubber duck do?
It like bounces around and like hits stuff. Jesus, that can hurt us in here, so be careful with that thing.
Yeah, no, fucking Jesus.
It misfired. I thought you get all your health back when you leave.
No, I don't think so.
I
I could
was
be
about
wrong
to,
though.
Because I've had people say that they got killed here and they just revived with their same health.
Oh, okay. You might be right. More stamp? Oh yeah, we're both at 60 CBD, so I guess we can get to 70.
I'm
You
at
have 70? Okay.
Do you want?
Dude, where's the cards, man? I mean, I guess we're doing okay with one card. Yeah, we could add a crystal. Are we all at 140 health?
Yeah.
Yeah, 140,
Okay.
70 stem.
How much range do you guys have?
I have 1.
I have 0.
Okay.
So I'm gonna get one.
The inflatable hammer is... I feel like it's completely useless.
Oh my god, dude.
Yeah, I mean, if it worked like that every time, just one hit and bang.
Oh yeah, should we check the ceiling?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's just like a chance every time you hit for it to explode. I wonder how much the damage the explosion does. I mean, because, like, if you stun something, you're probably pretty likely to get a hit with the hammer. Like an explosion, right? Like it... Alright, everybody keeps... Somebody put me up in the ceilings. People are freaking out. They're like, I need to see up there.
Alright.
Alright.
Alright, chat. This is the ceiling. There's a dead man. And, that's about it. Grenade sometime. I don't even know if we get any other upgrades. I mean... I'm gonna get... I've been upgrading my tumble launch. I just want to see what it's like. Get it super high. Yeah, let's just save money. The grenades aren't always up there. It's just a chance to spawn. But they're always 2k. I don't really need an extra jump. You changed color, Kyle.
Yeah.
You can get the range. Alright, I'll take the duck. Who has the most strength? I only have 1. Somebody has 2, though.
I have 1.
I have 2.
Okay. You can grab the indestructible drone, Kyle. There was an aid? I don't think there was.
I didn't see any that when you went up there, so. I love having pits, dude. Just toss things in.
We're gonna need Kyle for this. Oh, Kyle? Indestructible that in the back of the car, and bring that to the extract. Hopefully you can do it with 2 strength. I can help if you need me to. Maybe I should just help. Put it on the side here by this thing.
Alright, so I think we have at least a duck, a giant head, and I think a clown?
Wait, what if I... Hold on, stay still, stay still, stay still. Okay, you're fine, you're fine, just run, just run. I'll close the door on him.
Oh!
I think you can kill him with these doors. Wait, somebody grab this door. Let's fucking drop it on him.
Okay. Oh no.
Oh Jesus.
Oh no.
I'm so sorry, CBD. Here, take my health.
That's so funny.
What are you guys doing?
I wonder how much damage we get to him though.
Yeah, I don't know what the best way to kill the duck is. Could push it off with items. I think if we hit him at all though, he'll freak out. Tumble?
Oh. Blind dude.
Goodbye. Yeah, I don't feel like it's worth using a trank on a duck, though. It's worth like 2k. And then I gotta recharge it. There's gotta be a way to kill them. Well, you can kill them with the cauldron. We figured that out, but... Oh, nice. Should be able to just drag it down the stairs. You grab it by the long side. You might be able to take it here. Is this an extract?
A big server. There's a lot of stuff here.
I don't know if I've seen this room before.
Yeah, me neither. No, that's up here.
Is there stuff up there?
There's only one thing.
Okay.
The doll. Or a small doll, not the possessed one.
I see. Well... I'll help. Are you grabbing by the bottom?
Yeah, there we go.
All right. You guys can turn that stuff in, I guess. Or actually, see, well, yeah, you guys can both do it. I'll look for another extract.
Okay. For that server.
Yeah,
do
the
you wanna
server.
take that server back.
It's just,
for
it's
this
gonna be
one?
so much to put in. I'm worried, but we could.
I feel like
Probably
it's
would
either
be
we
best.
leave the server or it goes
Maybe we
to
leave the
farther
cart.
one.
I guess we can't leave the cart. It's just the way it's. Look how full it is already.
Yeah, there's skeleton gelatin.
Yeah.
What if we... Could we stack this guy
Yeah, can we put, like, maybe we could just put...
on the ice?
Yeah.
Would that do anything? Oh, you still gonna have to go, like, push that in the long way, huh?
Yeah. I mean, there is enough space now, though. We can try. So I'm thinking the tower goes right here.
Yeah.
And then the other one in the center, and then the cart on the side. So.
All right, let's put the.
All right, let's go get the server, Kyle.
Here.
All right, put the drone on it. You grab the butt. I'm gonna drop it down here. I'm gonna re-grab it, cause like grab the. Yeah, there you go.
Fucking thing, All right.
Okay.
Oh, do you want to set up the
Jesus,
ice
careful,
first?
careful. Okay. Yeah, so, okay. We need to lift this. Okay. Now let's pull the ice back. Put it middle-ish.
Is that good? Yeah.
Okay. All right, grab the bottom, Kyle. All right, CBD, you can get the cart. I guess. Wait, hold on. Not yet. Kyle, we gotta pull it out. Okay.
Gonna have to probably put it closer to dist.
Well,
right?
what is going on? Okay. Should we grab the top? Actually, I don't know. Is the
Yeah,
top
we were both carrying it from the bottom there. I think that's why it was fucked up.
Wait, can you push it towards us? Okay, we just gotta put it next to this thing. Need to grab the middle. All right, grab the middle, Kyle. Middle
All right.
center. All right, let's put it in to the left. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All right, let go, let go, let go, let go, let go, let go. All right, push the cart. Push the cart. Oh no.
Oh, no,
Pull the
it's-
cart out. Oh.
Unfortunate.
Oh.
Oh, and he died!
And the cart's gone. Oh, Lord. Well, alright. Time for suffering. My favorite. We had a plan. It's just I guess the cart didn't fit. It wasn't fucking big enough. Damn it, dude. Where the fuck do we go? It wasn't even bad comms. We had a plan, it just didn't work. There wasn't enough space. I don't even feel like we messed it up at all. The spacing was good. Oh, this is so fucking ass now. Oh my god. If only we just didn't turn in the cart, everything would have been okay. I wonder if, like, if we actually just didn't have enough space, or if it was possible. Dude, what the hell? This thing is... No fucking way. Piece of shit. Why are you able to jump up? I fucking hate you so much. Placing big ice on the middle was bad. Where else would we have put it? We couldn't put it in the back. Oh well, I've been through this before. We'll be okay. It's just it's so frustrating that we still haven't gotten a second cart. Like we would have bought a second one, but we just haven't gotten one. Wait, there's an extract right here. There's something big in here?
In the abyss room?
Oh god.
Huge dude.
I don't want to talk about it. Fuck you.
Oh.
Wait, help me. Lift him up.
Yep, yep.
Yeah.
Fucking nerd, dude.
Oh.
Okay.
you can get that one.
I should lift it up from this angle.
Stay Puff Marshmallow Man is here. There's one more cube by the start that I kind of want to get. It's kind of annoying though. It's okay. We can recover. We have an extract even closer, so...
Oh, is that a marshmallow dude?
Yeah. We also have an extract even closer at least, so I'm just gonna turn this in. Oh, make sure it
Well, that
doesn't
was
fall.
fun.
Oh god. Yeah.
Not very smart.
It's all good. Now you know.
Actually, I thought I had a little bit of space to maneuver in the back.
Hey, so, marshmallow guy and blind guy.
Oh wait, I shouldn't have my bad. Shouldn't have activated that.
There we go.
Oh, something's dead.
I think marshmallow guy ran over blind guy.
Okay, I think it's orbs here.
Alright, where's the next extract?
I activated it. It's really close to us, right over here. I hope I didn't hurt the bag. Oh, it's okay. Right, the duck? Oh yeah. Yeah, I haven't really been.
Marshmallow guy's coming.
Get him, duck. Dude, I fucking shot the drink up.
Get him,
What the
duck.
fuck are you even supposed to do with the little frog thing, man?
Hey, idiot, right here. You see me? Oh, he hit me somehow?
Come on, ducky, get him.
An awesome choice, stranger.
Duck. I mean... Oh, fuck. I don't know. Do we just turn it in? There's a server in this room. Some...
What do you even do against?
Wait,
the
is
Slender
CBD
Man?
okay?
Do you just
Yeah,
not
I'm
look
here.
at it?
Yeah, just don't look at it.
Yeah. Oh,
There's...
this room is fucking cursed.
Yeah, there's a tower at the bottom of it too, but I don't know if we can get that, to be honest. You grabbed the baby? What? What are you talking about? Better recharge the trank gun? Nah. You better stop fucking backseating, that's what you should do. Yeah, I know I grabbed him. But what's your point? You can grab him, it doesn't do anything, though. How did the duck end up down here? Did it hurt the duck fuck up the guitar? Oh, okay. Is that a diamond? Alright, well, we just gotta find the next extract. Though I guess we should... Oh, you got a diamond too.
Mm-hmm.
We should just go turn this stuff in, I guess.
Yeah.
Do we want to try to grab the server tower? I mean, we could try, but... There is Marshmallow Man around.
God fucking damn it, dude.
CBD coming? No. Alright, let's just turn it in, dude. Maybe he's at the next one. Oh, here, you can have this back.
Hopefully. This is true suffering, eh?
Yeah, I've done this twice now, solo. I broke my cart by accident. Had to do it without. Nice. Okay. Not too bad.
The server's close, right?
The one in the weird room?
Yeah.
Not sure.
It's not a server, that's a like a computer thing, right?
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
There's a doll on top of the one on the right. Oh, hi, duck.
Oh, you got a friend.
I'd like to kill this friend.
Well, alright, Kyle, come in here. Kyle?
What?
Oh, come up here. All right, we're gonna try to grab. Oh, my internet's dying.
Oh, whoa.
No fucking way, man. Oh, my internet. Why is it like this, dude? Larksa dies, my R.E.P.O game dies. We have to redo like the whole thing now. That's really shitty, man. It's so lame, dude. I don't even have Comcast, guys. I got AT&T. My internet goes out for like 2 seconds and then the game crashes. I might call it a night here and get some dinner, I think. I can invite them to say goodbye, I guess. Switch out your router modem. I actually think you might be right, yeah.
That was fun.
Yeah, that sucks. My internet's been having issues today. It's only for, like, it only DCs for like a few seconds, but it's enough to like restart the
Yeah, it's fine. If we ever pick the level back up, we'll have the card back. So.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'm gonna go get some dinner though, I think. But yeah, we're on quota 7, so
yeah.
Nice work, everybody. Yeah.
GG's.
Are you streaming CBD? Or are you?
No, not today.
Oh, okay. All right. All right, yeah. Good night, guys. I'll hit you up next time for some more. Bye bye. All right. Yeah, I'm really hungry, guys. I need to get some dinner. Been streaming for I don't know what, 10 hours or something. My stream went down earlier today before anybody's like, actually, streamer, you're only at 7 hours uptime. Yeah, thanks for watching, everybody. We can maybe pick up that that run next time. Maybe Larksa can rejoin as well. Actually, chat, it's been 9 hours, 35 minutes, and 3 seconds, which is closer to 10 hours than it is to 9. So 10 is, you know what, saying it's 10 is fair, all right?